made it to the Proteas team though, because yeah, but I played cricket, which actually, made me the journalist that I am today. So I feel like programs like SSCN are very, very important in developing rural children as well as township children. So yeah, that's why they invited me to moderate here today. Oh, one last thing, I travel the world for football. I know nothing like that exists, but I travel a lot because I cover women's football. So they invite me everywhere to speak about the growth of women's football in Africa. Like I said, we've got the highest paid players in the continent. So I travel the world for football. So that's me. Yeah. And then for the opening ceremony, which is the ministerial reflections and commitments, it'll be the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, Ms. Mapasega Steve Letike. Before she comes onto the stage, I'm just going to read you her bio. She's a feminist like myself, so I'm very excited to hear what she has to say today. But Ms. Mapasega Steve Letike was appointed as Deputy Minister in the Presidency responsible for women, youth, and persons with disabilities on 3 July 2024. She's a prominent leader with over 15 years of high-level international policy and human rights experience. Prior to her appointments as Deputy Minister, Ms. Letike served as the co-chairperson of the South African National AIDS Council, collaborating closely with the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. The Deputy Minister Letike is a seasoned leader, feminist, like I've said before, human rights advocate dedicated to advancing social justice, equality, the rights of women, youth, marginalized communities in all their diversity. You can come on stage.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know how to feel because as a former soccer player myself, I long retired. When even soccer for women was not, there was no sign of paying women or girls at the time. But yeah, I think it's quite incredible to be sharing, this platform with yourself, Program Director. Let me also send greetings to Provincial Minister Mackenzie. Thank you so much for hosting this important annual gathering. This is inaugural for us, but also we are quite excited that this gathering could meet here in Cape Town for that matter. Let me appreciate representatives, of course, from government, but most importantly from the host, who are hosting us in this session, of PEPAS, and the institutions that are linked to supporting this work. Let me really thank all the leaders who are here. Representative of civil society organizations, fraternal sports organization, academia, gender activists, champions of change, distinguished guests, good morning again. I really want to bring a warm South African welcome to you all, and possibly those who are joining us online for that matter. I'm pleased to join the discussions at this inaugural African Forum and Workshop on Gender Equality in and through physical education, physical activity, and sports, taking place here in the Mother City, which is part of our Republic of South Africa, under the theme, From Pledges and Promises to the Pitch. I think this is a very powerful theme. Those who are always on the pitch and who understand the pitch will understand the pitch is always about action, and it's about thriving and winning. And that's what we want, even with the idea of gender equality and sports. So I'm confident, having duly considered the high caliber of participants here attending this forum, that today's discussion will enable us to explore in greater detail the opportunities that exist to harness the inherent power of PEPAS to drive change on gender equality issues, not only within the sports fraternity, but also across the broader of social landscape, including women's participation in the economy in and through sports. We must extend our sincere appreciation to all policymakers, practitioners, researchers, civil and community leaders, academic institutions, government departments, sports organizations, gender activists, and all stakeholders who have deemed it necessary to be a part of this historic inaugural forum. I'm therefore compelled, as the first speaker at this inaugural forum, to emphasize the thrust of all our contributions should hinge on delivering tangible projects and interventions towards advancing inclusion, equality, and empowerment that are gender-affirming in and through purpose. An all-of-society approach is very much sacrosanct if we are to mystify our effort towards gender equality across all sectors and all areas of human endeavor, particularly through purpose. Together we can create this change that we want to see. We extend our appreciation to all the partners and stakeholders in their varied capacity and different contributions for supporting this forum to be a success. So, Program Director, our discussions are taking place as we commemorate important milestones within the gender equality fraternity, noting that 2025 marks 114 years since the first commemoration of International Women's Day in Copenhagen, Denmark. We are in the 30th year implementation of the Beijing Declaration for Action, and we have reached the 10-year milestone since the adoption of Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. I'm making this emphasis because currently our minister in the presidency is leading a delegation to CSW to speak about gender equality, women's participation across various sectors. But the theme, including the theme of the International Women's Day that took place 3 days ago, was accelerate action. And whatever that we do, even around gender equality or women's participation in sport, we must accelerate actions. So interventions that we are speaking about, there's no more time to negotiate. We can't negotiate equality. We must realize equality. So as we commemorate these progressive global policy instruments and calendar days uplifting the necessity for gender equality on the global stage, we have an obligation to jealously guard these conduits of empowerment, particularly for those who may not be able to stand up and speak on injustices and discrimination which manifest along gender lines. We've seen it. This is not new for us. This is not new for us as South Africa. It's not new for us as Africans. The world can be scared of our power. We must realize exactly what we possess and how we leverage on our power as Africans in the global space. I want to highlight there's the world's youngest Nobel Peace Prize laureate at just 17 years, Malala Yousafzai, reminded us about the importance of our work in saying, and I want to quote, "I raise up my voice, not so that I can shout, but so that those without a voice can be heard. We cannot all succeed when half of us are held aback." Close quote. So all women in their diversities must access all areas of their human endeavor. We should hope to engender equality, inclusion, and empowerment across the world. His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa reaffirmed the commitment of South Africa's government to gender equality in his foreword introducing the South Africa's country report on the implementation of the Beijing Declaration when he penned, and I quote, "Sustained, inclusive, and equitable economic growth and sustainable development can only be realized when all women and girls in all their diversity have their full human rights respected, protected, and fulfilled. So our commitment to gender equality has made us alive to reality that despite the groundbreaking milestones we have enumerated towards women empowerment in society, much more must be done to ensure that the continuity of the gains we have achieved and the achievement of further progress, particularly in light of the recent watershed and unprecedented development in global geopolitics, in international health and development, launching an open attack of women's rights and freedom. Let's not be blind. There's a rise of anti-gender, anti-rights, and even anti-democratic approaches that is happening in the global space. We must guard our freedom. We must guard the equality that has been long fought for, and we must protect it. And most importantly, the women bear, both women and children, bear burden to all these backlashes and the uprising or emerging of issues. So we are at an intersection of opportunity, but we are also at an intersection of responsibility. And ours is to ensure that we expose these recent attacks on gender equality for what they are, a gross violation of the human rights of women and gender non-conforming individuals. We must always be cognizant that the struggle of gender equality is a human rights struggle. So, distinguished guests, sports is a special purpose vehicle that serves as a powerful catalyst for personal growth, for social cohesion, and community development. Beyond physical fitness, sports foster essential life skills such as teamwork, leadership, and resilience. Engaging in sports can significantly boost self-esteem, especially amongst youth, and promote social integration. We must therefore consider sport as more than just a game. It is a catalyst for social change that teaches us discipline, teamwork, and resilience. So with reference to women and girls in their diversities, it is proven that participation in purpose fosters empowerment, challenges harmful societal norms about women, and it breaks down barriers that have historically limited women's potential. Therefore, engaging in sports provide women with the confidence to assert themselves, both on the field and in society. I think we've got templates. The program director, our former Springbok, we do have templates. And we can show that those who participate have thrived, have fought, but they also show us the way in terms of improving and strengthening our response. So, and I think we can do so when we also can address some of the social and structural issues. But what are the things that we deal with, even here in our country, that we are ought to face? And these are issues that includes fighting against discrimination, fight against gender-based violence, and most importantly, fight against the pay gaps. And now I see everybody noting. It's very important. We must bridge the gap. Sports is an economy on its own. And the participants in that game must be compensated equally. We cannot have the pay gaps that exist in sport and not speak about it. So when we fight inequalities elsewhere, we must fight inequalities even in sports. But when I highlight the issue of gender-based violence, I'm raising it because our country is facing what our president calls a pandemic. And we have introduced the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, to advocate for harnessing approaches to prevent through sporting games that facilitate integration and deepen impact. Existing and new programs ought to facilitate community interventions that promote social connectedness and healing. Intersectionality remains the bedrock of which our interventions must be cemented. As we understand that the experience of discrimination, exclusion, and disempowerment is linked to the multiplicity of social identifiers carried by each person, and the categories includes race, age, gender, sex, geographic location, class, and this amongst others. So sport is not just about competition. It is around usage of this economic powerhouse, a career path, and a tool for empowerment that can drive gender equality within the economy. The sports industry is a billion-rand sector, yet women's sports receive only a fraction of sponsorship deals. So it's not only just about the pay itself, but it's also about sponsorship, media coverage, and also investment. The economic potential for narrowing the gender gap in sport funding has a potential to contribute to drive much more of our economic growth. Studies after studies have shown that women's sports audiences are growing rapidly so, attracting sponsors and boosting local economies through tournaments, merchandise, and media rights. By investing in women's sports, we unlock untapped markets and create new revenue streams. We cannot advocate for gender equality without addressing the very same inequalities that I've highlighted in sports fraternity. Women sportspersons continue to earn significantly less, and I'm calling it out again, so that we must ensure that those who are our counterparts must work for equality. It must not just be a privilege because men just receive this privilege and they do not look and realize their privilege and share that level of equality. So let's close the gap. And closing the gap will help us increase women's financial independence, boost household incomes, and create a ripple effect of economic empowerment. So here in South Africa, we have witnessed remarkable achievements by our sportswomen, which in most instances surpasses even those by male counterparts. Banyana Banyana, our national women's football team, are the reigning Women's African Cup of Nations champions. I think we must applaud that. When was the last time you heard of Bafana Bafana winning? So this is not just a statement. I'm saying it, and I want to say it again. Banyana Banyana, our nation's women's football team, are the reigning African Women's Cup of Nations champions and have delivered performance on a global stage. The second one, our women's cricket team made history by reaching the final of the T20 Cricket World Cup. And our netball team, the Proteas, have shown exceptional talent and determination. No doubt, women in sports are showing us how to do it. We've seen it team by team, even last year when we had the Paralympics. The women in the Paralympics showed us the results. Just last week, I met with the young people who are actually now in Italy at the Special World Athletic SOSA, who are actually participating in the Special Olympic Games. We wait for the young people, we wait for the young women to come back and we said, gold. We will not aim for silver and bronze, we'll aim for gold. But we'll also make exception when we have silver and bronze coming in. But I really do think that ours as a country, we've got great talent, we've got incredible, passionate sports persons, and most importantly, women rising in sports and showing us how to do it. So we take pride, and we take it as an exemplary that South Africans who have flown our national flag on the high at the global stage have translated us in meeting the goals of gender equality, but meting out justice by ensuring that equality can actually show results in work and can show results in value and can show results in the principle that we do all can participate equally. So the sports sector itself can demonstrate as a catalyst of proving that this fraternity is important for the people, is important for the economy. So we cannot, in these 30 years of our democracy, continue to be complacent with disparities of this sector. We must cross the boundary. We must dismantle the issues. We must therefore also ensure that the resolutions, the interventions that have been adopted across various sectors that seeks to help us achieve gender equality, those resolutions are implemented, complied with. We don't want a checklist exercise. We want gender equality to be realized. So we recognize that even in our own country, the approved national policy on women in sports policy framework that helps us to promote active participation of women in sports and in leadership roles, address the barriers such as lack of funding, sponsorship, and inadequate remuneration. But we also are saying policy is not enough if it's one. We want the private sector to play a pivotal role in bridging the funding gap. The private sector are beneficiaries of any kind of development. Many of the sportspersons were developed when they are young. And when they get into the world of the economy, the private sector thrives. So we are asking the private sector to bridge the gap, help us to focus on narrowing and closing that gap of financing and investment, investing in women's sport, but also to continue investing in men's sports, because both men and women must thrive. And when we invest, it's not just a charitable act, but strategic move that can yield substantive returns. We can help foster equitable and prosperous sport landscape for all. So, Program Director, as I come closer to conclusion, I must emphasize some key points, or key principles for that matter for this forum, to be more effective. We must be able to translate our commitments to concrete, resourced action, and bridge the gap between policy and practice. Secondly, we must ensure that the mechanism of purpose succeed to help us foster accountability towards measurable progress in achieving gender equality goals in the sports economy and the ecosystem. And of course, lastly, there must be a strengthening of partnership and community-driven approaches that maximize impact, drawing lessons from other successful interventions. How we succeeded in the HIV space, it was through sports that we drove what we called social behavior change mechanism or approaches. So it was not by default It was a global call. We've seen teams after team wearing t-shirts, and TB and HIV. It was through sports. But we also had sports persons who came out and spoke. That's why today HIV, in its 40th year of response, we are dealing with it as a chronic management as opposed to how we dealt with it as a crisis. So we moved from crisis to managing this HIV response in our country. That's how we got a lot of persons to be on treatment. Out of 8 million South Africans, at least 5.6 million South Africans who are living with HIV are on treatment. So we really call on all of you that sports is not just a game. It helps us in many other social issues to embark with. So the ministry in the presidency for women, youth, and persons with disability remains committed to promoting initiatives that harnesses intersectionality in addressing gender equality, as the empowerment of women is directly linked to our nation's prospects for development. Let us not only envision, but actively work towards a society where gender equality is not just an ideal, but a lived reality for all. Every individual must be afforded an opportunity to contribute to and benefit from the rights and freedom enshrined in our Constitution. So I encourage us all to engage, though roughly, proactively in this forum, bringing ideas that will shape a more equitable future for women, youth, and persons with disability in the sports fraternity. So I close with the words of former President Utata Nelson Mandela. And I quote when he said, "Sports has the power to change the world, but only when it includes everyone, regardless of gender," close quote. So thank you for the opportunity, and I wish you well in the deliberation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And touching actually on how HIV and AIDS contributed, like I said, I'm gonna keep saying I'm from a village. So we had a program with Live Life where we were doing athletics. I stopped when I started becoming number 3 because I love winning. So we had that program, and I think it's the reason why I'm still single today, because they used to say books before boys, because boys bring babies. And and now the parents keep saying that to you, and then when you get to 30, they're like, "Where's the husband?" I'm like, "Books before boys." Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and I'm happy that we have sessions like this in Africa, in South Africa especially, because when I traveled to Germany, I covered a game where there were about 80 journalists, and all of them were men. It was men in their 50s, men in their 60s. I was the only black person, and I was the only woman in that room. And it was very weird for me because I know in South Africa we've got a lot of women in sports. We are trying really hard to bridge that gap. So our next speaker here now will be a renowned South African cyclist. It's Minister Mackenzie of the Provincial Minister of Cultural Affairs and Sports in the Western Cape Government's 7th edition. His political career began as a Democratic Alliance candidate for the Western Cape Provincial Parliament in 2014. He has since served 3 consecutive terms as a member of the provincial legislature. He's also a rugby player, outdoor lover. He enjoys cycling. We haven't won a medal in cycling in a while. I'm not sure if he's gonna go and represent us. Minister Mackenzie, if you can please join us. Hello, Mr. Cyclist.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Goeiemorgen, Molweni. To those from out of Cape Town, welcome to our beautiful city. Our colleague, Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Women, Children, and Persons with Disabilities, I didn't see Dr. Ruth Mojolefe, I know. Oh, there she is. I was looking for you earlier on. Colleague from the National Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, Director Danielle Manuel, our colleagues from the Western Cape Department, Ms. Renee Naylor, our former retired Springbok physiotherapist and also a winner of bringing many medals for the Springbok, Ms. Akona Makamile, a football referee, Ms. Coralie van den Berg, who's here joining us this morning from World Rugby Partnerships, Faisal Felton from the Western Cape Rugby. I'm not sure if I saw him. Oh, there he is, sitting. Ms. Tumi Lebaka, CEO of the Gauteng Film Commission and chairperson of the SNC Africa, Ellen Williams, the CEO. I did see him earlier on, he welcomed me. He's standing behind us. Professor Kona Benet from the University of Johannesburg, Ms. Crystal Peter from the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, honored guests, friends, distinguished speakers and delegates, welcome to the Western Cape. I certainly won't bring any cycling medals. I did complete the cycle tour this weekend, so I'm feeling a bit off. Please forgive me. Those of you know, it's 109 kilometers over the mountain. There were 30,000 of us that completed 28,000, I don't know the exact number, that completed the cycling tour, so my legs are a bit wobbly, so forgive me. But thank you for joining us this morning as we talk women in sport. I always argue, Deputy Minister, our first Minister of Sport wasn't Steve Stewart. Our first Minister of Sport was actually Nelson Mandela. And the reason I argue that when I speak is because he understood this power of sport. He understood the power of social cohesion and bringing people together. That's why he put on that rugby jersey, and that's why he put on the Bafana jersey, and that's why the motivation for us winning the 95 and obviously 96 was through Nelson Mandela. And that is why the famous quote that you mentioned came along, because he understood the value and the power of sport. And it's quite sad that 31 years later, we have the first forum today talking about the very same issue he fully understood in 1994. And it speaks to our lack of involvement from corporate South Africa in investing in women's sport. You talk about being single. I'm a single father of 2 girls. My daughter played Western Province water polo, the youngest one, but she's obviously not in water polo because there's no future in water polo post playing for Western Province. And when I speak to corporates about it, and I said, but there's so many women and girls involved in water polo, there's so many women and girls in women's sport. Right now, as we speak, and last week we had myself and Ms. Taylor addressed the sevens, the lady cranes from Uganda, the sevens rugby is taking place right here. But the lack of corporate involvement is shocking. Last year, we had the World Majorettes competition in Cape Town. And we had to step in as the Western Cape government to provide them for support. The World Majorettes competition took place in Cape Town for women and girls. At UCT, by the way. So thousands of women came from around the world to participate in a competition here in Cape Town. And just 2 fields from there, was a rugby competition taking place. And the banners up there was flying very high. It's 2 fields further down with thousands of women taking place in a sport, World Majorettes. And I'm asking, what is the future for my daughters? I've raised them well, they're good girls, they've done okay. The one finished matric very well, other one also finished matric, finished a degree, doing an honors degree now. What is the future for them if they want to pursue a career in sport, not only in South Africa, globally? Sadly, the future for them is dim. It's 0.01% of them makes it in life. But the even sadder part of that, when I speak to corporate South Africans, in fact, the portfolio that I currently have, I was the chairperson of this portfolio 11 years ago when I became an MPL. And one of the big corporates I was in a meeting with, we talked about women in sport. It was a big bank, by the way, women in sport. And we had the same conversation around that time. And the corporate social responsibility managers of that corporate was also women. And I asked one of them many years ago when I met her at a function in Johannesburg, what was your role in supporting women's sport? In fact, my daughter just became a Western Province player at the time. And I asked her, what is your role in supporting women's sport? As a woman working for a bank who has a responsibility to invest in women's sport. So the conversation starts with all of us in the room. All of us as policymakers, policy drafters, corporate social responsibility managers, managers in the room, and people who make the decisions. Because we are in the room when the decisions made. We are there when people talk about investments. We are there when the money is allocated. So we have to raise our voices in that room. So it's not just about accelerating it, but doing it with a fierce sense of urgency, with making decisions that can allocate funding into women's sport. So I'm really proud that our colleagues, Danielle and Crystal from our department is here, because that is where they need to make the decisions. We set the policy as policymakers, but when the allocation of funding goes, the technocrats in the room, sitting there, making the decisions, needs to ensure that the money goes to women's sport. Whether you're in corporate, whether you're in government, wherever you are, in NGO space, that responsibility starts there. And it starts at school level. One of the greatest, again, this is my opinion, challenges wasn't some of our infrastructure challenges. Of course, our infrastructure and all those other stuff that you can fix. But I think our greatest challenge post-94 and leading up to now was actually our lack of investment into school sport. So when our two national colleagues, the other Mackenzie and the other Minister Kwarube, signed that school sport agreement, it was music to our ears as the Western Cape government, because we've already started investing in it. But you need that national framework to help you to enable that. So the greatest thing this GNU will probably deliver, Deputy Minister, in the next 5 years. Of course, we want economic growth. Of course, we want all the other lovely stuff we can talk about, is if we implement school sport effectively, because that will change the trajectory of our sport over the next 30, 50 years. That will bring us more gold medals, that will bring us more Olympians, and that will bring us the ultimate success that we've so yearned for, not just for the Springbok, obviously, but for all our sporting codes, whether it's Bafana, who desperately need the success, our Proteas team, that we don't choke at that level. That will bring us that ultimate success if we continue the investing in our sport, in our school sport, and get it right. Because now the agreement is signed, the responsibility of all of us is to ensure that it gets implemented, but to ensure that we don't ignore women's sport and the girl child at primary school. So the forums like today and many of the workshops, the decisions that needs to be made, the resolutions that need to come from here, needs to come with timelines. One of the biggest challenges that we have, not only in South Africa, across the world, we make wonderful resolutions, wonderful decisions without timelines. We believe in strong project management skills, strong project management of resolutions, because if you don't have a date, time, when it's going to be done, and of course budget allocated to it, then it's never going to happen. So from our side as the Western Cape government, we appreciate, we value that you brought this here to Cape Town. We love these things. One of our strategies is to become the event capital of Africa, and we'll continue to support and invite workshops and event and discussion points where we can give input. But our ask is that it needs to come with timelines, and it needs to be measured, because many of these and other big events, it's fine to be the Dalai Lama in the room, but when we're outside, we don't implement these things. So we need to make these decisions and take it outside, implement it. Needs to be on a budget, needs to be in somebody's performance agreement, because it's not going to be in somebody's performance agreement. In 31 years from now, our children or grandchildren will stand here and have the same conversation. And that should not happen. That will be on us. So we have a responsibility to have the discussions, have the difficult discussions. It doesn't always have to be easy discussions, because that's how we solve problems. We love difficult conversations in this problem. It helps us in solving problems. No one has the singular knowledge in fixing a problem. If you think you're the only person with the knowledge to fix a problem, you're in the wrong room. Get into another room. So let's take the solutions from here, let's take the resolutions and help us here in the Western Cape, and also get it right for women's sport, particularly the girl child. because that is our biggest challenge that we face. The boy child is another problem, and we have to deal with it, but the girl child, we all have to fix the problem for the girl child so more of them can become like you. More of them can become world travelers, so you're not the only person in the room. So at minimum, there must be 50% of you in the room. But thank you for being here. Thank you, Deputy Minister, and your team and the department, Dr. Ruth, and in funding and supporting this initiative. We need more of this initiative to get great resolutions out of there so we can guide government on how we do things properly. And please enjoy Cape Town. And also, we always say, go visit our nice wine farms, go enjoy our scenery. And next year, we want more of you in the Cape Town cycle tour. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mackenzie. I always say to people, and I'm gonna say again, I'm from a village. I always say to people that initiatives that work in sports development are very important because we need another Nozibusiso. I remember when I was doing the Paralympics and Olympics on Ukhozi FM, my mom called me and she's like, there's this lady who came with her child, and they were like, the child wants to meet me. The child is 7, she says she wants to be a teacher, but she's like, she wants to see what people who do football in radio and TV look like. That child is gonna be a journalist. But yeah, she says she wants to be a teacher. So initiatives like this are very, very important in getting more women involved in sports, not just as players, because I'm bad in football, I'm bad in cricket, I'm bad in everything, but I'm a very good speaker and I write very well. So initiatives like this are very important. And now we are going to welcome the women who've paved the way for women like me on the theme that is resilience, leadership, and impact, the power of women paving the way. Like I said, again, this is very important because if we've got women who pave the way for others, you won't believe it. I'm young and a lot of women right now love football, but when I tell people I love football, they ask me to name 200 players because I'm a woman. So it can't be that I love football. Like, just tell me who plays for this, what is an offside? And I'm like, okay. So I'm gonna open the floor to the women who paved the way for women like me. The first one will be Miss Renee Naylor, who's going to be speaking to us about resilience again. Miss Renee she has almost 130 caps with the Springbok rugby medical team. She's been to the World Cup back to back. I know we all wanted to go to the World Cup. She's actually been there and she was on the sidelines. I saw her in the sidelines. I've been wanting to interview her, by the way, but yeah, I saw her on the sidelines and she's done really, really well in the women's space. Like I'm saying, we know that being an athlete is important, but also there are other careers that are also very important in the field. So I'd like to welcome Ms. Renee to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, it's an absolute honor for me to be here this morning at this incredible International Women's Day forum organized by the Sport for Social Change Network. Being in a room filled with, people that are passionate about resilience and leadership and obviously creating opportunities for women is inspiring for me, but the fact that sport is the vehicle makes it deeply personal to me because of, my involvement with sport and particularly rugby. I want to go back. As you can see, I'm not Siya Kolisi and I'm not Rassie Erasmus, but in our special team, when we stood there and received our gold medals, it didn't matter. Each and every one of us standing there felt important and felt we had an impact. And that's what really makes a team, that everyone feels they're contributing, irrespective of their language, irrespective of their religion, their race, and most important, irrespective of gender. That was in 2019 in Japan, and even my close friends didn't expect us to win. I had people phoning me in Japan before the final and saying, "We're very proud you guys got to the final. You know, it was a very good run." But no, we had been planning this for 600 days that we were going to win. And I believe it was the energy and the focus that it took to build a truly transformed team that allowed us to bring back that Webb Ellis Trophy to our beautiful country. And I get emotional again. I feel that in 2019, there was a lot of interest in our team in Japan because we had the highest composition of women at that World Cup tournament. We were only 4, but that was the highest. And we obviously won. Says something. We all want an image like this. This we did again, 2023 in France. This time, 42 million people with us. Even though you were not physically there, we felt it. We felt that this was something that everyone in South Africa was part of. And everyone, I mean, you guys know how you felt those last 3 test matches. It was, you know, blood pressure up, heart attacks, people were stressed. And how come we did it? By one point in those last test matches, I always say we needed to make a point. And our point was that diversity and inclusion works. When we as South Africans stand together, we make things special. We don't have to wait for the ideal conditions to win. And that's what a real winner is. We make it special. Unfortunately, before I tell you about how I think we did it, you guys are going to have to listen to a little bit about my journey, just as you were explaining about the village. I need to explain to you a little bit about where I come from, which is not very far from here, on the Cape Flats. I started my high school career, I don't know if this is playing, in 1985. I was standard 6, and that was my school, Excelsior, on the Cape Flats. It was a time of civil disobedience. Hopefully some of you all look very young. Some of you remember those times, but you know, it was Defiance Campaign, it was state of emergency. Our schools were very different then. And this was my experience at high school right up until my matric year in 1989, when I was arrested here in Caledon Square at a march, the Purple Rain March. And, you know, this developed my, social consciousness during this time. Following that, we had Madiba released. Soon after that, in 1990, I went with my family to Victor Verster, saw him and Winnie walk out of prison, and it was a very special time in our history to have witnessed that. And then, I have taken my son to visit my school. He did ask me about where's the chapel and where do you do services. I said, no, we do it outside, and if it rains, we sit in the classroom. There was no sport that I participated in. As you said, you at least did some sport. There wasn't really any sport at my school. And there was obstacles. My only career choice was physiotherapy. And an institution here on the hill, I had to go for career counseling to this institution, and I met a man, he's probably middle-aged like me, and he didn't look up at me, the career counseling, and he just said, you can't become a physio, you must do food technology. I didn't know what food technology was. I was 16 years old. I was extremely intimidated. I just got up, got into the car, cried all the way back to Belhar, to the Cape Flats, and said to my dad, I can't become a physiotherapist. And my dad said, no, man, he doesn't know your skills and your talents. You apply. And yes, we all need mentors. We all need people to believe in us, especially as young women. And even throughout your journey, you need mentors. But besides that, you also need investment. I like the idea of creating hope for young girls to follow their dreams, but they cannot do it without investment. It's not just a hope and a dream. I did become a physiotherapist and then got my first rugby job on the Cape Flats, Silvertree Rugby Club. Worked out of a little container there. We had car and generators for lights on Tuesday and Thursday evenings when we trained. And I got 200 Rand a game. And it was, I was busy doing my master's at the time, and my family was very concerned. And I said, I'm learning, and I'm growing, and I'm enjoying my involvement in sport. I eventually got my break at a professional team, Western Province, my days there. I think I started in 2001, and thank you. 2001 at Western Province. Okay. And it was in 2008 that I got the phone call from the then Peter de Villiers, coach of the Springboks, offering me the job. I was driving my car and I wasn't, his voice is not very distinct. So I stopped the car to make sure I wasn't hearing incorrectly, because at that stage they'd never had a female as the national physiotherapist, and I didn't even expect the job because I just thought they would never take a female. That was in 2008. Coming into the Springbok environment in 2008, it was very different to what it is now. It was a Donnie Craven era. You got initiated as a Springbok, you needed to know the name of his dog. Who knows the name of his dog? Bliksem, yes. And if you didn't know the name, they Bliksem you. So it was a very homogeneous group. And you assimilate. I was very proud to be part of the brand. And as many of us have entered environments where you're the first, you just put your head down and you work hard and you make sure that no one can point a finger at you, because otherwise they will never appoint a person of color, or they won't appoint another female in this position. And that's what I did. And I was lucky to stay there till I retired in 2024. I had challenges. We spoke about being a mother. And being a single mother, I did cry when I went to tell the coach that I'm pregnant, and that was in 2012, and in 2013, Cullen was born. He agreed I could travel with my son. I did this breastfeeding with a nanny. This was our first tour to Argentina. He was 8 weeks old. And those are the hard decisions we as women make if you want to follow a career and be involved, in particular sport, because sport means travel. And those are the challenges that we all face. I don't think he thought I would come back. When he agreed, I think he thought she won't come back. He said, first wait till the baby's born, maybe you'll change your mind. And yes, it was difficult times, but I'm very proud that I was given the opportunity to do it. I took a break for 2 years when Alistair Coetzee was the coach, and then I got a phone call from Rassie to come back in 2018. I came back to a very different team. It was now a diverse team where there were people with different religions, different languages, in management, and there was a whole different culture. There was no longer a hierarchy. We were told from leadership that each and every one is important, irrespective of whether you playing your first test match or whether you're playing your 100th test match. And that was a very special time to be involved. Now I talk about, we won 2 World Cups, 2019, 2023. We won 2 British-Irish Lions series, that is 12 years apart. And the British-Irish Lions series is basically you playing against one team with the best players from Ireland and the UK, Scotland and Wales and England. So it's 4 countries, the best players. And we managed to achieve that during COVID. And that is what resilience and grit is about. You don't allow obstacles to become setbacks, but rather as stepping stones. That's how we saw it. And that's what South Africa is about. And particularly that's what women are about, because we do this every single day of our lives. Whether it's in your organization, in your community, in your business, that is what we do. We show resilience in the decisions we make and how we have to manage ourselves. We know what it is to be underestimated, to have to prove ourselves over and over again, but like the Springboks, we survive. In fact, we thrive. And besides resilience, if it wasn't for powerful leadership within the Springbok team to say, this is what we are planning to do, we are going to be transforming, we are going to become diverse, it would not have happened. I still feel that we are very far behind in terms of leadership, women in leadership positions in sport. And I've started the conversation in rugby and said, well, we have to start leading where you are, because you're not going to get the title. So, and that is my message today. As women in leadership, whether you are leading a team or an organization or change in your communities, we do have the power to redefine what leadership looks like. It's not about fitting into the mold. It's about creating new ones. It's about bringing that authenticity that is needed. I think post-COVID, people are not interested in the frills of leaders. We see through it. I used to say to the players, as I'm getting older, my eyesight is deteriorating, but my insight is better. You see through the nonsense. And people want authenticity in leadership, and they want that authenticity to come with empathy. And that's what we can provide as women. And if we don't get the opportunities, we lead from wherever you are. We pave the way. We obviously stand on the shoulders of those that have come before us, and in turn, we become the shoulders for those that will follow us. And every time we challenge a stereotype, we break a barrier, or we create space for another woman to step up, we are actually changing the game. I don't want to be the first speaking about the first physiotherapist for the Springboks. It should be old news in 2025. There should be lots of women easily having access to working at an elite rugby team. I know the Springbok, for myself, was a symbol of the good and the bad in our country. And for the early years, me growing up, it was a symbol of the bad. But I didn't think that in my lifetime, I would see it become the symbol of hope and move it from that generational trauma we had to this generational hope. And it gives me a feeling of, huge positivity, especially, walking into Oliver Tambo after we'd won the World Cup. It was the most beautiful thing. It was not about the gold medal, not about the trophy, but about the impact we had on people. Hearing our anthem being sung, seeing people on trophy tours, it was in 1990 with Madiba was the last time we saw so many people take to the streets when Madiba was released, was when the Springboks went on their trophy tour. And that's been the most powerful, knowing that we've had impact. I think I've got, maybe I'm not going to play. How much time do I have? I'll go to the last slide rather than playing that. So this is just the final. So today, as we celebrate International Women's Day, I want to challenge each of us. You know, we've got a play sheet with every game we play, which is, you guys involved in sport will know it's a game plan. And it's got the drills and the moves we're going to do on attack and defense and our kicking game, etc. And we all have a game plan. Every family, every team, every business, you've got a game plan. How are we going to win? Like I still get goosebumps when I watch this. And we showed the world what's possible when a team believes in something bigger than themselves. And we too can show the world what's possible when we as women stand together. Don't let them divide and rule. Lead with purpose and refuse to be anything less than extraordinary. I want you to think about your play sheet, think about how you're going to pave the way for women who will come after you. How are you going to accelerate action? How are we showing resilience in our journeys? And how are we leading the way that lifts those around us? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. No, it's fine. Do you need help? No, it's fine. Okay, cool. Alrighty, I hope your laptop is fine. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry. Thank you so much, Renee. And if you speak about resilience and you traveled with a baby, I can believe that you're resilient. Anytime you go to an airport with a child, then you're very, very resilient. And thank you so much for that speech. I think it's very important that we have women like you in this space who've already paved the way for us in a sense that we are now able to make some mistakes. Even when I make mistakes on air, people don't think, oh, it's because she's a woman and she doesn't know anything. It's getting better. So I'm really, really grateful that we have women like you. And our next speaker is going to be our CAF and FIFA referee, Miss Akona Makalima. Ms. Akona is a South African female football professional referee who works in CAF and FIFA tournaments. She's the founder of SheRev, Her Legacy Foundation. She's the Engine South Africa brand ambassador for gender equality for female football referees, Virgin Active South Africa wellness brand ambassador, and also has a very powerful voice in making change for women in sports. Welcome, Ms. Akona.
I feel that you're going to the World Cup.
Good morning, Benjamin. It still feels like a dream.
From the dusty streets of Kamagwe to gracing some of the biggest stages in world football.
Did you have a chance to play football?
I played football.
Were you any good?
I'm being honest.
Now, referees are normally compared to judges.
Just when I was about to leave, Safa came and said, "You're looking for female referees. Anyone who wants to be female referee, they are running this development." So I took that opportunity with both hands and I ran away with it and I looked back and here I am today. Sometimes even myself, I ask, are you here to beautify the game? Are you here to beautify the game? It is not easy to talk about being a match official at this day and age, especially in South Africa or at this particular time in South Africa or in the league, where everybody is talking about match officials, I don't think it's now beautiful or it is nice to say, I am a referee and I am proud. I'm sure a lot of you are asking yourselves rather, how did you even think about being a match official or being a referee? We will dive in and talk more about that in a bit, but I would like to acknowledge the minister, the deputy, and I don't know where she left. I think I saw the director or the chairperson of the board of directors of the Sports for Social Change Network Africa. I would like to acknowledge or rather greet all the fathers in the house, all the grandfathers in the house, all the brothers in the house, but most importantly, I would really dearly like to greet all women of impact in the house. The reason I say women of impact is because wherever we go as women, we want to make an impact. But we live in a country or we live in a world that make us feel like we want to be men. Come on, guys, look at me. You think I want to be a man? Come on. There is no way I want to be a man. So I greet each and every person in the house. The reason why I started greeting men, it's because I was groomed by a man. It's because I was raised by a man whom I believe he was way ahead of his time. I was raised by my grandfather. I am coming from the dusty streets of Nqamakwe in the Eastern Cape. I have 9 sisters. I do not know anything better but being a sister. I have beautiful genes from my mom and my father. My father was a soccer player and my mother was a netball player. There is not a single sport I have not participated in when I was young. Simple because everybody knew that I was very good. I used to be an athlete. I used to run 100, 200, 400, 800, 1,200. So every time when I have to run in the primary schools or people have to compete with me, my principal had to hide me because nobody wanted to compete with me. Or no school wanted to rather run the heats with me because they know they were going to lose. So when people tell me that, so when did you start playing football? I am 36 today. I probably would say, I think I started playing when I was 6. So I'm one of those things. So I think I would be 30 years now in sports. But this is not important. The most important thing is that I said to you, I was raised by my grandfather. And my grandfather raised us in a manner that at home, there were no duties for a woman. There were no duties for a man. I know how to cook today because I was taught by my brother. I know how to play today because I was taught by my brother. I know how to make bed because I was taught by my grandfather. I know a lot of things that I can do today because I was taught all of those things by my grandfather. Believe it or not, I know how to milk a cow. Believe it or not, I know how to ride a horse. I always say that growing up, when you see a girl in my community, you said you are a village girl. In my community, if you see a girl on top of a horse, they would know it's Akona from that Kwamfundisi. If you see a girl milking a cow, in my community, they will know that it was me. Even now, if you see a girl running during Christmas Day in the morning at 5 a.m., everybody in my community, they know that it's me. If you see somebody riding a bike early hours of the morning in my community, they will know that it was me. And my grandfather celebrated that. My grandfather identified that skill. My grandfather supported that skill. And guess what? even my community, nobody questioned me. Nobody said I wanted to be a boy. Nobody said I wanted to be something else. But my grandfather supported me. The community that I come from supported me. And even in my community, there were a lot of amazing women, amazing young girls who played rugby. I'm coming from a rugby community in Ngamakwe in the Eastern Cape. We play rugby. And I'm coming from the home of legends. And in the home of legends, you know, we play rugby, we play cricket, we excel in boxing. I also do boxing even now. So what I'm trying to say is that when I started playing football, I had to choose, because I used to play baseball, I used to play rugby, I used to play soccer. I never played netball because I never liked talking, I just want to play. In netball, you know, they talk a lot more than they can play. So it was never my thing. I just want to play, get into the field, and then we play. Fast forward in life, I need to tell you the story of my grandfather. Why I say he supported me. If he wants to send someone to the shop, he knew how fast I was. He would spit on the floor, and then you say, you must go and get this. You need to come back before this dries out. It used to fascinate me a lot because I wanted to beat time. Every time when I ran, I needed to make sure that, you know what, I need to come back and the saliva has not dried out. This was just me. Fast forward in my life, I told you that my grandfather would support each and everything that I do. My grandfather taught me that I am not different from my cousin. My grandfather taught me that I am never different from my brothers, from the neighbors. But in 2013, 2014, I came to a world that taught me who I was. I came into a world that believed I belonged somewhere else. I came into the world that gave me my identity. But for me, it never changed me because I was anchored already. I knew exactly who I was. My grandfather gave me my sense of identity. The community I come from in the Eastern Cape and Ngamakwe, they gave me my identity. When I came for the first time in the PSL, when people told me who I was, where I belong, it never shook me a single bit. People think that I am easily shaken or I am easily intimidated. I am not a woman that is intimidated. I am not a girl that is intimidated by anything. And people think that this is being boastful. I am not being boastful. It is because of I know who I am. I know what I stand for. And I know where I come from. And I know how hard I work. I am not a woman that wants to be done favors. And each and every time when I say that, people think that Akona thinks that she is, yes, I will make mistakes because I am human. Yes, every now and then I will feel like, how did I get into this situation? Yes, every now and then I would feel like the world is closing. But I do not shake because I know who I am. I know my identity. I know what I stand for. The reason why I talk about this and the community, it is because sports is about community. Sports is who I am. Sports made me who I am today. When I've never lost my sister. You told me that you stopped running when because you came number 3. I have never became number 3 in sports. I've never came number 3 in 100 meters, 200 meters. There is no way I would do that. But it is because, yes, I would tell myself that I'm going to be the hardest working girl in the house, but the world, I'm coming somewhere. When I failed the PSL fitness test that qualifies all the referees to participate in the PSL. And they told us that if you want to be a female referee, if you are a female referee and you want to be in the PSL, you need to run and pass the men's fitness test. I had to do that. And for the first time, I failed. For the second time, I failed the test. For the third time, I failed the test. But I told myself that I am not going to stop because I know exactly who I am and how I was raised. The rest we will discuss it later. But be the community. Be that community that raised me, that never questioned me. And the question that I want all of us to go home with, are you that community that is going to question women when they rise? Are you that community that suppress women when they rise? Our brothers and our fathers, I want you to ask yourself, are you that man? Are you that brother? Are you that father that when Akona steps in the field of play, you say that you belong in the kitchen? Are you that community leader? Are you that father that want to suppress your daughter? Are you that brother that doesn't want your sister to rise? Are you that brother or that grandfather that says, know your identity, be anchored in who you are, and we rise? We will talk later. Beautify the game.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Akona. And like you are saying, the power of community and actually knowing who you are is very, very important, especially in these spaces. I remember someone once said they believe in themselves because their mother made them believe in themselves. And when you get to these spaces, these people tell you that, no, you can't cover football. You don't know anything about football. You're a woman. You can't do cricket because you come from a village. What do you know about cricket? So having women like you who are saying that we should be firm in who we are and stand for what we believe in, I believe that it's very important. And I know what's happening currently right now with the referees. People telling you that this is not a red card. And it's someone who doesn't even understand football, and you have to explain it to them. So thank you very much. And our next speaker, I am going to be joined by Utumi. Tumi is part of SSCN, and she's also a business coach. She's also a business coach, a business leader, and she's also an author. I can't tell you how hard it is to get a book published in South Africa, but she will tell you all about that. Thank you so much, Tumi, and please join us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just start right here so we can be acquainted.
Seed that you get to plant and allow it to bloom and thrive. She was born in a beautiful mountainous homeland called QwaQwa. Very early on, her parents were intentional about creating a better and comfortable life for them as kids. They went to the best nursery schools, to the best schools in QwaQwa, and boarding schools in the KZN region. Best holidays. Her life was destined for greatness, or so she thought. And then it turned to lemons. The economy of QwaQwa capsized. Businesses closed down just when she had to start her tertiary journey. It was gloomy. She moved from a beautiful setting in QwaQwa to a shack in a dusty, underdeveloped, informal settlement where the morning greeting were droplets of dew in winter. Dusty streets and dreams shattered. Unemployed with no plan, she knew she had to bounce back. She enrolled as an abbot tutor, teaching the elderly how to read and write in the dusty informal settlements. She had to find a way of turning her situation around and thrive. She took every opportunity that would turn around her situation, enrolled in a long-distance course, facilitated youth programs, moved to another small town to become an administrator. Today, she is a PhD candidate. She has been a CEO of 2 government entities, turned around institutions, re-engineering systems, leading performing organizations, transforming sectors, coaching businesses, and taking on innovative projects. Life needs those with a hunger to thrive. Let her inspire you and let you know that you too will thrive.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for that applause. Let me acknowledge all dignitaries, protocol observed. I think that's the safest things to say. I must say, I'm very excited to be here in the Western Cape. I must say, the weather is really welcoming us. So we really feel quite warm today. All as women, we all have a story. And what I've just shared, it's my story, it's your story, it's all our story. Because all of us have a story to tell. And it is through our stories that we can inspire people to change. We can inspire people to live a better life just beyond themselves. Well, my story started in Gwagwa. It was not a very rosy story, but it's a story where my parents believed in education and they took us to the best schools, the best everything. And when the economy capsized, I found myself in a shack. But one of the things that I talk about is every time I transitioned as a woman, I felt like a misfit because there were not enough women in the various levels that we find ourselves in. As women, we need to know that we have the power to thrive. And Thrive for me talks about 4 principles, the power to be able to transform ourselves as women. We have the power to elevate, we have the power to transform ourselves. The age talks about the hope, because at times, the only hope you have is like a light that beams through the dark room. The art talks about resilience. You will find yourself in difficult positions. You will be told you're not good enough. You will be told you can't make it. You will be told that it can't happen. But your power comes from the resilience. The I talks about inspiration. We all need to find inspiration in ourselves and in people in and around us. The V talks about victories. We need to, as women, to learn how to celebrate victories, no matter how big and small. And the E talks about empowerment. There is no ocean without a river. There is no river without a stream. So as women, we need to learn to pour into each other, to mentor each other, and to coach each other. My story started right here. Little did I know that when I was in the shack, that 17 years later, I would become a CEO, not of one entity in South Africa, but of 2 entities. It is in the shack that I developed my first vision board, and I believed in the power called Thrive. It is in the shack that I partnered with community leaders to be able to empower women, young girls who were spending their time in shebeens because they did not have any other way. We call it blessers these days. It is in this very shack when I partnered with shops in and around where I used to stay because there were child-headed homes because of HIV. It is in the shack that I found my hope. I had worked very hard. I had come up the corporate ladder. But nobody told me as a young woman that as you climb the corporate ladder, you know, the males that we found there are not our friends. That the people in the workplace, in your sports field, in your administration, wherever you are as a leader, nobody tells you they're not your friend. I walked in as a 32-year-old, as an executive manager, heading one of the core business, believing that I am going to make changes, that there were these men in and around me. I believed at that particular point that they should be looking at this young black woman and helping her rise up. Little did I know that I was coming into a place of isolation. Little did I know that I was coming to a place of being bullied by corporates. Little did I know that I was walking into a place where that would lead me into my depression. Little did I know that I would find myself at a point where I would face my death threats. I had worked very hard, and at the end of my tenure, I had done very well in the sector, and my contract was just about to expire. But the sector was vouching for me. It is at that particular time when I learned that when you do change, when you make change, you will not always be liked. And it is at that point where here I am, a single mother, my contract was not renewed. It was very devastating. I felt like I was hit on my solar plexus by a rod. But I also realized that it is at those crucial moments that God comes through. And it's at that particular time that a light shines. I spoke about the hope. And I learned the power of transformation, that as a woman, as a career lady, that you need to be able to evolve. Like this lover right here, you have the power to evolve. Your current destination is not the final destination. You need to know that as a woman leader, you can have aspirations, and yes, you can win, you can make it up. God will put in the right people along the path. You call it the universe will make sure that there are the right people across your path. I learned the principles that I'm talking about here: work ethic, mindset, creating value, and being able to live a life of impact. And this is what ICSN is doing. We're using sports to change lives through conversation. We're using sports to create peace, collaboration. But all this does not just happen. You need to be able to have a work ethic to be able to rise up. You need to be able to have a winning mindset for you to elevate, particularly as a woman. You need to be able to see that it is possible when they say it's not possible. You need to have what I call an abundance mindset. When they say it's scarce, you have your tribe, and your tribe will take you to where you need to do. And you need to be able to create value. I'm a CEO. I'm not going to hire a person who does not create value. So what value are you creating in your work as a woman? I know most of you know this lady. Her name is Risa Tisa. She was screwed by a guy during COVID. She married him, and she found out he was a fluke. And well, less to be said, she became a TikToker, and she made over 300,000 US dollars. As women, we have the power to be resilient. I told my story that at some point in my career, this was my reality. When you create impact, when you create change, you will find yourself where you will need to fend for your own life. And for me, I was sitting at home with my kids. We had just had devotion. And I remember very well that I got a message, and I called one of my best friends here, she is here, Lebo, to say, here it is, I've got a message that says, if I don't leave my job, this is coming here. Sure, it was a very difficult period in my life. And we found ourselves at a point where we needed to now live in security. Nobody tells you as a leader when you decide to say, I'm raising my hand up, I'm going up, that you are putting yourself up for a number of risks. But that doesn't mean you've got to change. So all my entire family had to find themselves where we had to live this life. At any point, this could have been myself. At any point. Why? Because I became a woman and I said, hey, I'm raising my hand up and I am going to lead and I am going to make impact. So we need to know as women that it's not as easy, but it is doable. You know, when I had done it all, I found myself at the place of depression. Because as you go through so much, it gets to a place when it does get to you. However, I want to say to somebody here going through a difficult time, you're a woman, you're in corporate, you want to make change, that there does come a light. There does come a person who will want to coach you. Little did I know, when I was going through the death threats, when I was being victimized, when I was being corporate bullied, when I was depressed, that one day I will see my victory. One day I would inspire many women, not only here home in South Africa, but globally. And I knew that my victory was coming, and my victory started right here. Volume.
Mentioning that two of the finalists of the CEO of the Year in the 2019 HR Awards are from public entities. Cameroon Sello Mukhajane from the CCMA and Kitumezi Lebaka from the Culture, Art, Tourism, Hospitality and Sports Sector, all from the state-owned entity.
You see, when you decide to take a call, there is a way where your work will be seen. And this, for me, was my presidential recognition. You know, it's nice to be recognized by your boss, but it's a different level when the president says, hey, hey, I see you. And I am saying to somebody today that the work that you are doing in the sports field, the work that you are doing in your administration, you must give it your best because somebody's seeing. I had moved from this check to being a PhD candidate. I had moved from that check to headlining news in my industry. I had moved from that check to now empowering women globally. And I believe that as women, if we pour into each other, we can be able to make a change. I believe as women, when we come together and light each other's candles, you're not doing it only for yourself, you're doing it for your niece, you're doing it for your daughter, you're doing it for that woman who doesn't know that there is hope. You're doing it for that woman or the child who said they wanted to be a teacher and now they're becoming a journalist. You're doing it for the many women who are there and who are still to come.
Henrietta Hunt, Amy Hunt, the British athlete moving nicely, as is Switzerland in lane number 8 with Ponte on the third leg. The final changeover. Daryl Neita, the 200-meter silver medalist, battling with the French athlete inside her. But it's going to be gold for Great Britain.
So this is last year's Olympics. And one of the significant things, this is the women's finals. One of the significant things that I picked from here is the fact that each woman is carrying a baton to the next woman. Here's my question. In your work, in your community, in your sporting field, if you're in arts, what baton are you giving to the next generation? What change are you creating in your environment? What policies are you affecting? What is it that you are doing that is different from the next generation? As I close, all is in the power to thrive. I remember I'm in film, a bit lower. I had hosted one of the first film summits in Gauteng as a film commission. And as I was sitting there, a middle-aged woman came up to me and she says, CEO, please come to the side. I'd like to speak to you. I go on the side and she says, I want to pray for you. And as women, it's important that you are able to recognize other women who are doing good. As women, it's important to find yourself coaches and mentors who are able to change stories and communities. And she said, touch your womb. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't want another child. She better not pray for me. As she touched my womb, she started praying, for dreams to be conceived, for new things, impactful projects. And I want to say to somebody in this room today that your dream of elevating as a leader, as an administrator in sport, as a footballer, as an artist, your dream is valid. And that dream is waiting for you. And after that, she gave me a big hug. And she said, thank you. And I want to say to somebody that you are being seen. As I close, as a SSCN, we are here in the Western Cape. Last year, we're in Gauteng. We believe that as conversations that we hold not only brings unity, but they can change. For us, when you are here today, you would have done a lot. If you take one thing that can change policies, that can change how things can be done. As we converse, let us not only be about conversation, but let our conversation change generations to come. Let your niece know that they're in safe hands. Let your daughter know that they are well. Let them know that there is a future. With that, thank you so much.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dumi. In Christianity, they usually say someone has an anointing. I think you are exactly that. And we all know how important, like Miss Akona had mentioned earlier as well, how important resilience is. I think we also downplay how when you grow up playing sports and you are number one until you're 16, when you start failing, it becomes very hard to get back up, which is where resilience comes in. Because I remember when I was young, I was an A student. You go to varsity, now it's difficult, and you're like, oh my God, should I drop out? Because you're not used to losing. So it's also very, very important to have conversations about resilience, because the people who make it are the people who actually do not give up. Thank you very much to our speakers. I'm feeling very motivated today. I think I'm gonna start a business while sitting there. Our next panel is a panel that is very, very close to my heart. If I say I'm from a village again, is someone gonna count how many times I say it until we finish? But it's a panel that's very, very important to my heart because it's about leading, strengthening and supporting an ample response to the HIV/AIDS epidemic through sports. The theme is tackling sexual and reproductive health challenges through the power of sports. I come from KwaZulu-Natal, and everyone who's sitting here, if they were born in the 90s and the 80s, they know that KwaZulu-Natal was badly affected by HIV and AIDS. I remember when I was young, my siblings and I would want to watch something that our parents don't want us to watch, and then we'll say, it's fine, they're gonna go to a funeral on the weekend. We didn't even know whose funeral it was, but there was HIV and AIDS, and we didn't know it was HIV and AIDS, but people were dying, people were losing their lives. So when you see initiatives that started during that time, and now we are able, as a child who comes from a family, my family is very close, but there was a year we buried about 8 people in 1 year because of during the epidemic, and I myself as a child who came from that family, to be able to moderate the session, it shows how important it is to start initiatives like this. The first speaker in this session will be Ms. Candace from the Hillcrest AIDS. From Hillcrest AIDS, Ms. Candace Davison, who will be joining us on stage. While she's joining us, I'm just going to read her bio. Ms. Candace is CEO of the Hillcrest AIDS Center Trust, one of the first non-profit organizations in South Africa to respond to the HIV and AIDS epidemic, and provides holistic health empowerment and education programs that services to 10,000 beneficiaries annually, from children to grandmothers. Ms. Candace, please come join us. And then thank you so much for joining us. And I'm also going to introduce Ms. Suzanne here, Ms. Suzanne Hoffman, who is the Chief of Party Community-Based Violence Prevention and Linkages to Response in South Africa. She started her career as a social worker and holds an honors degree in social work, psychology, and industrial and organizational psychology. She has over 20 years experience in the NGO and governmental department sectors. Welcome, Ms. Suzanne.
Yeah.
And then lastly, I'm going to introduce our legendary runner, Ms. Blanche Moila. She's a South African running legend whose career has broken barriers and inspired generations, rising to prominence in the 1980s. She became a symbol of resilience and change in athletics. In 1984, she made history as the first black female athlete to receive Springbok colors, cementing her status as a trailblazer in sports. Okay, now I'm just going to join them there on the panel. I'm going to do my journalistic work now with the hard questions.
Thank you so much for joining me.
Is my mic on? Oh, yes, I'm audible. Okay, thank you so much for joining me. So, Candace, firstly, I just wanted you to tell us more about the Hillcrest AIDS Center and how it was started. As I said, I come from KZN. I know how bad it was. So I just need to know how it was started and, yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity and welcome, and I'm honored to be up here with these amazing ladies as well, and the previous speakers. So the Hillcrest AIDS Center Trust was started in 1990. It was started by a local church, and it was in the face of the HIV epidemic. And it was, how do we practically, with what we have, respond in a way with a local context to our community? So then it was very much an AIDS response. There wasn't treatment. 35 years, 40 years later, a lot of that has changed. So the bulk of our work is really around risk reduction and addressing vulnerabilities. And sport, women empowerment has really played a role in that. It's around unconditional love and hope, and really working toward healthy, empowered, and AIDS-free communities. So I know we talk about HIV in the past tense, but the reality is a lot of pockets of our communities are still living with 40% of rates. And it's, no one needs to, though, transition into having full-blown AIDS. And how do we reduce those vulnerabilities to ensure our communities, our young women, particularly in our context, those are the most vulnerable, adolescent girls and young women. How do we keep them healthy and well?
So much, and you're doing very, very important work. Now, moving on to Ms. Suzanne, I just wanted to ask, obviously, Candace mentioned in terms of like making sure that people get the treatments, because HIV and AIDS is still a problem even in this day and age. How do we then use sports to communicate this message of getting treatment, this message of getting tested regularly? How do we implement it?
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Great. Thank you so much. I think that there's such an opportunity and to look at sport and sports associations, within communities. It's so important that we're leveraging the power of communities, and we're leveraging natural social structures that happen in communities through associations like sports and arts and culture to really think about how do we drive home that social behavior change, messaging. So on the one hand, working within the HIV space for the past 20-odd years, it is thinking about how do we make sure that we have the correct, consistent messaging, that we are integrating, into our community-based programs, but then also making sure that we are addressing and we are engaging youth where they are, with programs that are of interest for them, with activities that both support social cohesion, mental health, connectedness. I work very much in the GBV space as well, and I can tell you the power of a peer group. When you are a survivor of violence, and, we all know that violence, we see through our facilities that about 70 to 80% is from somebody known, to the survivor. So if it's your father, your uncle, your grandfather, your brother, your neighbor, the power of a sports group, the power of an arts group to be that social support, to be that support in terms of being able to disclose, what is happening to you. And then also to be able to aid you in whatever the recovery journey is that you are following. So I think that there's such immense possibility in terms of how we think of it in mental health, physical education, social cohesion, structure, but then also how do we just, as women in all diversities, as men, continue to, through sports and through these organized groups, be that support structure and that connection for each other. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then now moving on to Ms. Blanche. As a runner, I know runners are very resilient, by the way, and someone who works as a mental health professional, how do you think sports helps people mentally?
Well, in most psychiatric units, we have the slogan, there's no health without mental health. But we are also mindful that physical activity and mental health influence each other and contribute to the whole well-being. So in our units, we do have regular exercise programs for the patients, and evidence is there that the patients who regularly participate in those exercise routines, there's a significant change in their mood, positive mood, and also the symptoms of depression do subside gradually, and their sleeping pattern improves, and there's less need for sleeping tablets to aid their sleep. Compared to patients who do not participate in regular activity, the sedentary ones, we notice that they stay longer. I worked in an acute psychiatric setup where we expected patients to stay 2 to 4 weeks, but those that were sedentary stayed much longer, sometimes even 2 months, because it took them longer for their therapy to kick in. So it's absolutely imperative. It also helps with the immune system. Talking about HIV/AIDS, we do have evidence that it helped with coping with the AIDS pandemic. The regular exercise boosted their immune system.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blanche. Now coming back to you, Candace, as we are talking about mental health, obviously, being exposed to this space and also having initiatives like GOGO supports groups, Empower, and Goals for Life, during the time when, because I remember at first, obviously, you were fighting to get treatment to South Africa, right, when the epidemic started. And then afterwards, it was dealing with the stigma, and the stigma was actually affecting people mentally. How did you use these initiatives to deal with the stigma?
I think it was a lot bigger than just stigma. It was giving people, positive social change is what we were really trying to drive, and that's been spoken to already. And we still look at health holistically. So it's your physical well-being, it's your mental health, it's your social connectivity, it's your spiritual well-being. And to do that within a local context of who are your families and how do we best wrap and support community as a whole. So working in primary schools and using a soccer-based program to teach around healthy living, good decision-making, HIV and TB and stigma, to our peer education program where we're in high schools, and that's much more of a youth leadership development program, giving young people the capacity to know they can be agents of change, but introducing sport as they're learning about leadership and teaching and coaching, and again using elements of fun and physical activity for them to practice, but also them to invite connectivity with their peer learners through to our GOGOs. And our grandmother support groups really were birthed out of that dark time when they were losing so many of their children. They had to step up in mass numbers to reparent their grandchildren or their great-grandchildren. And they needed support from each other to deal with grief, but also deal with parenting. And many were dealing with chronic illness and trying to stretch a pension to feed, a greater number of people in their homes. And it was income generation, it was physical activity, it was gardening. But as they started to practice and work together, suddenly they felt better, with their mental health. And so from that, we encouraged them to have sport groups, and they would come together. They would do savings clubs and community gardens, and they still do. And just to see how our go-go's, just talking about our grandmothers, in the past 15, 20 years, at the beginning it was very much, it was a handout, what can we get from a center or from an agency. But now they call us and let us know what they're doing. They plan events, and we're welcome to attend to celebrate what they're doing. And we started the Go-Go Olympics. And some of those pictures were there, and we're going to end with a video of one of the groups practicing for the Go-Go Olympics. And we have 800 to 1,000 Go-Go's come together, and they are fierce netball and soccer players. But they, the celebration of who they are as women and who they are in their communities and the roles they continue to play of leadership and parenting, and to celebrate their social connectivity. And it's just amazing to see. But those are all ways that we've incorporated physical education, physical activity, and sport as a community development initiative.
Just ask a follow-up question, a short one. So I remember that at the time there were also grandmothers who were getting HIV because they were treating their children. So was the initiative also part of that in terms of like teaching them how to use gloves and things like that because they were contracting HIV from their children who were sick at the time?
It was more that they may have grandchildren or grandchildren who were living with HIV, and how best to equip them with information, with knowledge. Yes, as a prevention message, but to address the stigma, but to give them capacity to know about adherence. And that's still an issue today of how do we give capacity to families to disclose. If there is a youth who is unaware of their HIV status, how do we help that grandmother or any caregiver disclose in a way that's age appropriate, that helps support that young person, and particularly young and teenagers, so they can navigate that treatment journey successfully and well.
Thank you very much. And now moving on, so when we talk about prevention and we talk about youth having HIV, I remember that with some of our youth, they actually got it when back in the day when there was no prevention for the pregnant woman. So as someone in the HIV and TB space, how do we then use this platform to integrate the youth that are HIV positive into feeling more positive about themselves? Because obviously there was a stigma for a very long time, but then now that they are older, they know that they were born with HIV. So how do we use sports as a vehicle for healing for them?
Sure, so thanks so much for that. So I think it comes back to looking at sport as a teamwork, activity, and being part of a team and being part of a shared, collective. And I think that is what sports brings. So even in looking at an aspect of young people, living with HIV, it's having that camaraderie, it's having that peer support, it's being able to, in a safe space, when somebody has your back, it doesn't matter what the circumstance is, to be able to safely disclose. Some of our earlier colleagues spoke about there isn't enough people, speaking up. There isn't enough people. There isn't enough young, or that people can see, I can see myself in that, or mentors, or in a space where they feel that within this safe space, within this safe community, I am able to disclose. And then I am also able to rise above that. I'm able to build resilience. I'm able to live positively. I'm able to use the values and the skills that I'm taking from sport as well as other HIV or GBV, prevention program, and also go make an impact in my community, also go make an impact in my school, in the spaces that, and one of the colleagues so bravely said, that you won't always be handed a position, but you need to step into, a position. And it's for those, and especially young women, to take that space of saying, I am stepping into this position. I'm stepping into this position of, others, of disclosing, my status, of others, coming to me, because this is what we are seeing within the HIV and GBV, kind of prevention spaces. The more we are integrating, physical activity, sports, social cohesion, even beyond the life cycle of that specific project, that group remains. And that group remains a solid support structure to each other.
I can actually agree with you on this. Like I said, I'm single because of love life. So I'm part of that group. I wanted to ask Ms. Branch, you know that in villages, in marginalized communities mostly, it's very, very hard to get girl children to participate in sports. I remember when I was young and I was playing cricket, I was not a very good player, I'm going to keep saying that, but I was playing cricket. My mom was very open to it, but it's almost like when you introduce other sports, then even with running, then parents start to feel like, where as a woman, you've got duties at home, you need to go home and cook and things like that. How do we make sure that we introduce young girls into sports?
Well, success breeds success. So we need to make them aware of all the success. So we have lots of sports people who are doing well, sportswomen. We need to highlight, we need to recognize them and speak about them, make them aware. We've come so far, and yet we've come this far, and yet we still have so far to go. Some of us still live in patriarchal communities. I know I went on talent search in the rural areas, particularly in Lutu, northern Natal.
I know it.
Still very, very patriarchal. And we had challenges there. The elders were not happy with us speaking to the young girls about sports because there are still myths surrounding some of the communities. Myths like the women's sports will be muscle-bound. They will have difficulty conceiving, and it detracts from femininity. Now, it is really hard to convince them that it's okay to play sports. And obviously, we use ourselves and say, we're not muscle-bound, and yet we've been running for 30-odd years, and so forth. So those are some of the challenges we face. And I've mentored 2 young girls from similar backgrounds, and they've just shown such mental resilience. And what I was really impressed about is that they developed the tenacity of spirit that lives in some of us, that when you're given lemons, you make lemonade. You don't stay back and feel sorry for yourself. You get up and you work on your craft, and that in itself shows resistance to resilience in a community where there's so much negativity. And but it would also encourage the sports women to adopt a charity. The corporate world is more keen to support your sponsors, personal sponsorship, if they see you're altruistic. I do support Hillcrest AIDS charity. When I'm running Comrades, I focus on that. And because it is dear to my heart. I mean, I've seen the impact HIV/AIDS has on the whole family, not just on the individual that's affected. I've worked in the hospital environment where you see the impact it has. So I strive to make awareness, and it doesn't just have to be HIV/AIDS. Choose a charity that is really close to your heart and raise awareness. Not just a charity, raise awareness about issues. Peer pressure, gender-based violence. These are health, encouraging the youth to embrace a healthy lifestyle. And use that platform. They look up to sportswomen. we know that, South Africa is passionate about sport. And yes, there's more male athletes that are recognized than female athletes, but those that are recognized, let's use that to encourage others. I mean, that was my drive. When I got Springbok Colors, I used the platform to encourage more women in the communities to take up running. Brisk walking, running, any sports. Choose a sport that appeals to your personality. Girls do play sport.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that loaded answer. I actually have a follow-up question. If you work in marginalized communities, do you think the situation there is worse than, for example, in towns like Cape Town and places like that when it comes to mental health struggles?
That's a difficult one to answer. But yeah, mental health issues prevail more in KZN for one. We don't have enough institutions to help the community in mental health. Yeah, Cape Town seems to be more, they seem to be moving on and embracing the whole sports as a vehicle for mental resistance, tenacity, and so forth. But we're still struggling a bit in KwaZulu and in those rural areas. What I have done, though, is that when we do go to these areas, especially the rural, we enlist the sportsmen to come along with us, so they can also be a voice to say that it's okay, Baba, to allow your daughter to do sports. And and there's just so many women that have families, so it doesn't detract from conceiving and so forth. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And Candace, I actually wanted to ask, we've had a lot of discussions on social media about the USAID and the funding being cut and everything else, but I've got a feeling that some of us here don't really understand what that means, because some are saying we're not going to get ARVs, some are saying there's not going to be any research. Can you please clarify for us what that means?
That's a big question. Yeah, as was already mentioned, the geopolitical space has dramatically changed, especially around HIV and AIDS funding. I was with someone yesterday who was talking about the funding pond has now become a funding puddle. And a lot of it, what that means for the sector, I think has yet to really be seen. The funding cuts, how quickly they happened. It is 17% of our national Department of Health's funding, particularly in the HIV and AIDS space. And Suzanne can certainly talk about that, because NACOSA also is a national and very linked with PEPFAR and USAID and CDC. What that means on a national level and what it means at community level. I've had families very concerned, will I be able to access my ARVs? What does it mean for my HIV positive child? I don't want to go back to being that sick or to get TB, and what does that mean? And so there's really for us on the ground, we do have to kind of calm, the storm, and the effects are yet to really be seen. It is huge cuts to programs. Programs have had to stop. Relationships that have been built, systems that have been built for 20 some years have suddenly, been cut. How are we as South Africa going to step up? And that involves, those of us here. It's government, it's civil society, it's our corporate, and saying this is our country. This is our issue, and how are we going to be resilient? In KwaZulu-Natal, it's Kwazilians. We've had. We've all had COVID, but then it's the floods and the riots, and we had the term Kwazilians. How are we as a country going to say, this is our issue? How are we going to step into this space to fill those gaps? But it is, we're all concerned as to what does it mean on the ground and the systems that have been put into place for for treatment, for prevention measures, for systems that are dispensing medication, and the personnel that are needed to make those systems work.
Thank you so much for that clarity. And I'm going to move to you, Ms. Suzanne. Actually, I wanted to ask, so with the cuts in the HIV funding, does it also affect the TB funding, or how does it work?
Sure. So I think that as Candace rightly has said, that we need to acknowledge the fact that there's a global shift, in foreign aid. Whether this is from USAID, from PEPFAR, from any other funding institutions. We've recently seen, Germany cutting down on their foreign aid, Canada, Netherlands, doing similar. So at present, yes, I think that there is still a lot of discussions that is happening in terms of what kind of programs, will continue. We all follow, the news and social media, in terms of what programs are likely, within a HIV, TB, life-saving, care and treatment services to continue. And I think more information will probably flow, in the weeks to come to really see in terms of what would be the impact of this, for South Africa as a country. I think that currently all, PEPFAR programs or all health programs, regardless of whether they are HIV, TB, research, orphans and vulnerable children, gender-based violence, they are all, affected. But this is an ever-evolving, space and an ever-evolving, scenario. And I think that now more than ever, as Candace has rightly said, we need to look from within in terms of where we find solutions in government, where we find solutions in philanthropic, organizations. How do we shape, our own, health and our own healthcare, as a country?
Thank you very much for that loaded answer. And then now moving on to you, Ms. Blanche. I just wanted to ask, so we do an initiative, like SSCN is doing this important initiative where we're talking about gender equality. I just wanted to ask, when it comes to doing these initiatives and you look at boys' rights, because they always say boys would be boys, do you think they actually take us back in terms of, I'm going to mention HIV prevention, because you find that in certain areas, the ladies will go and test. I'm going to talk about my village. The ladies always go and test, but the boys don't. They don't involve themselves in that. And there's certain behaviors that are allowed if you're a man, which are actually not allowed in me. So how can we use sports to actually change that? Because we're raising empowered women, but with this, I'm not going to say risky, but these boys who are not really empowered.
We are mothers. We are sisters. The onus is also on us to teach the boy child to embrace the whole concept of prevention as well. And, we'll go back to the idea of what the girl child can learn from sports: confidence, leadership. When she embraces those qualities, she will have a healthy concept of who she is and what she can achieve, and will not be influenced by the boy child who is really more there for their macho image than really helping the girl child to excel in sport. So building confidence and leadership qualities is going to go a long way to help the girl child overcome all those challenges. I was an introvert at heart. The school I attended, by the way, didn't encourage the girl child to excel in sport. So it was sheer chance that I got into sports, and it was at a psychiatric setup. And so I understand the challenges that the girl child has. And there will be challenges because of the social structures of way back. Some of them are still a bit there. I was often had negative feedback in terms of I wasn't allowed to be ahead of other athletes that were melanin deficient. And but I put my head down, concentrated on and focused on what I really wanted. I wanted my times to improve. I wanted, yes, like everybody else, to set records. And I achieved those because of the tenacity of spirit that I eventually was able to develop. And as was it Akana who said, her family. I didn't choose sports. I think I chose my parents the genes. And so I worked hard on that. They were very supportive. My parents were very supportive. And that's how I maintained the standard of competition that I was able to. And I appreciated the support from the greater population, greater community. I know there was a funny incident when the leadership came out of Robben Island, and I met Mr. Jeff Hadebe for the first time in a function in Durban. We were bidding for the Olympics to be held in Durban. He walked up to me and he said, "When we were in prison, we used to root for you. You were the girl that gave us motivation to that change was imminent." And the first time, I didn't know Mr. Jeff Hadebe, so I thought, a prisoner? What? He didn't say Robben Island. He says when we were in prison. So, but later, but fortunately, I thanked him like I thank everybody who says something positive. I just said, "Thank you, sir," but I didn't know who he was. It was later when I was privileged to meet Tata Mandela and Thabo Mbeki, and they gave me the Presidential Award, that I realized that, yes, they did have TV. I didn't know there was TV in Robben Island, and they did have TV, and that also helped me. There were people that appreciated what I was doing, and so I'm driven to make a change in the community as well. I go to schools and try and motivate the girl child to participate in sports. We're getting there slowly.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blanche. I just wanted to ask, actually, Candace, how can we use sports as a vehicle to tackle gender-based violence? I know you work a lot in that.
Sure. So I think that over the past, I've been managing a program now over the past 7 years that are really looking at, youth empowerment at community level. And one of the programs that we've been implemented, and actually Candace here was one of our very first implementing partners, was really looking at a no means no kind of physical self-defense and physical education program that teaches young girls, that they're worthy to defend, that, they have worth, they have self-worth. It teaches them physical self-defense skills, healthy decision-making, setting, healthy, boundaries. And I think over the past 5 or 6 years, we've probably reached 500,000 young girls, in that way. And I think it's really, as I said earlier, it's on the one hand bringing a program, like sports, like a physical, a program to communities, to bring the community together, to teach a skill, to build that connections, to build that resilience, that teamwork, to learn about disappointment. I think one of the things in sports is you also learn about disappointment. As much as you have the extreme highs, you might also have the extreme lows, and being able to bounce back, from that, and being able to have a safety net, that catches you, when you are in that space. And I think that's really what, sports within a gender-based violence, space can bring. Similarly to what we have a program for girls, we also have a program for young men and boys to talk about gender equitable attitudes, to talk about if you see something, do something about it. To talk about power in a positive way and not power, over others. So I think it's just as important as we are building, the resilience and the tenacity, and as we are teaching, young women in communities, that they can be anything. They can be, the physiotherapist. They can be the CEO. They've got that capacity from within. It's also teaching young boys in that same way that you need to recognize that, you need to respect that, you need to acknowledge that. So it's also bringing, young men in those conversations. And nowhere in communities it is as important as, looking at where do young people congregate. Now, for many young men, in marginalized communities, spaces that they do congregate is around sports. It is around, shared interests of sports or culture. So it's really about integrating that same messaging, that gender equality messaging, that, gender equitable attitudes for the men as well in the programs. And I think that we spoke earlier about, taking action. It's about thinking about how do all organized sports or groups, start looking at what are some evidence-based programs, that you can integrate, in your leadership, in how you develop your team, in how you develop the group that you are responsible for, so that we keep on reinforcing those messages, for both the young women, but also for the young men, in our communities.
Just to practically, because we're running both of the, and the boys program for us is still relatively new. We were only trained on that last year, but yeah, we've been part of training thousands of young girls, and starting with the message of, I deserve to, I am worth, I have value, I deserve to be safe, I deserve to be protected. And what does risk look like? Because gender-based violence is so significant in communities. And, we talked about it can be someone that you know. And so how do I identify risk? And if all else fails, how do I escape to a place of safety? But we can't deal with gender-based violence with girls-only programs. And it is complementing that with boys to say, what does healthy masculinity look like? How can I challenge my peers to that? What is bystander intervention? What is consent? What is respect? And how can I role play that? How can I practice that? And when we're talking about funding gaps and saying, how are we going to respond, whether it be gender-based violence and HIV, which are so linked, but empowerment and youth development and going to employment and entrepreneurship, it's how collectively with us in this space, how do we measure? Who are our stakeholders? Having the community members, the schools, the Gogos, the Umkulus, the who are the faith space leaders, the corporate leaders. How can we have a multifaceted approach to building young people? And how do we measure that so that we can say, this is the impact we are having in our communities? Because that's a different conversation than when you're talking with CSI managers. And collectively, as South Africa saying, this is how we are dealing with these issues, and this is how we can prove that impact and change is happening.
No, thank you so much for that. And I totally agree with you, because if we're going to teach girls how to be empowered and how to navigate gender-based violence, then it's also important as well to teach boys what consent is. I remember growing up, a boy would come kiss you and run away and they would laugh. And you think, but I didn't consent to that. But people would think it's funny. So it's things like that that teaches boys that you can't just touch someone. And now I think I'd like to open to the floor if we've got any questions. One question.
And while the mic is moving around, even with our Gogos, even with our grandmothers in the gender-based violence space, we're currently having them go through a series, because we have about 68 support groups across 13 communities, and they're going through a gender-based violence, just awareness. And for the first time, many are having the language to describe what they've gone through. And sometimes this is decades ago. You know, I think we underestimate how much trauma is in our community and is still being perpetuated. And it's all of us having that awareness, giving permission to talk about it and to say it's not okay. No does mean no. And how can you heal? And giving gogos or parents or schools the resources or the awareness on how, and skills of how to deal with that. You know, we talk about community programs at community levels. We need coaches, we need our facilitators trained, and it's mental health, it's healthcare, it's gender-based violence. They end up dealing with so much, and it's having skilled people that can build communities, from young to old and everyone in between.
Hi, I have a question. So just hearing everything and also being part of a foundation and the way that we have sports and we get to work with both genders, we as women, we always fight for the female and we see the suffering in the female, but I've come to this realization through these conversations that we need to fight for the male as well, which is such a tipping scale, because how do you fight for both when you feel passionately that one is neglected? So I want to ask the question, how do you guide a new program in a foundation where you instill values in the opposite sex towards girls?
So I'll take a run at it, and then, you know, Candice can add. I think focusing your efforts on women doesn't mean that you leave men behind in the conversation. I think it's not fighting for the one means you're fighting with, you know, the other. You know, working within the gender-based violence space, and I mean, we support around half of the current Tutuzela care centers, you know, in the country. We see about 90%, you know, of survivors of violence coming through as being, you know, females. About 10% are male, but those 10% that are male are mostly those under the age of 18, you know, and it's so about overall 50% of our survivors are under the age of 18. So this incredible importance of you talking about a foundation, about what you can do, is the work around for young women to know, to be able to recognize, you know, what gender-based violence is, to be able to believe in themselves and their worth and their self-esteem, but then also a program for young men to understand, you know, what they are faced with in a patriarchal, you know, society, how the way, so how they are raised, how they socialize impacts, you know, how they think, how they behave, you know, and it's a whole of society approach, you know, right through from schools. So use a little anecdote. My son went to high school end of last year, and we went to, you know, this normal high school trip where you go and look at all of the different high schools, and we're in this space, and they're like, oh, and this is the under 19A boys rugby team, you know, locker room. This is after they just told us that their netball team is like the South African, you know, champions, and their choir team has and I'm like, oh, where's the netball and the hockey and the choir, you know, changing rooms? My husband's like, no, don't make waves now, you know. You know, I'm like, but I think that's the kind of thing that we need to look at. We need to be constantly thinking about, where do we challenge, you know, things that are unequal in society? How do we bring young boys into the conversation? How do we tell them, you know, what positive masculinity, you know, is? The whole culture, you know, of consent. How do we do that in a way that isn't putting blame on them, as you are the perpetrator and you're always but how do you become part of the solution? It's almost that solution-focused thinking around how do we elevate, young women and the spaces that they are in and build that resilience, but also then how do we really, practically bring young men and boys in as part of the solution to this, as part of the action planning, as part of co-creating, community or structural solutions to gender-based violence?
I think if we take the premise, we're advocating for healthy communities. And that means for everyone. That's young, old, across the gender divide, across the economic divide. If I can put my mom hat on, both my oldest two, a son and a daughter, also played SA sport. And I wanted them both to succeed. But it came a lot easier for my son than it did for my daughter. The resources to their teams, the involvement parents had to go over and above to make things happen. That just wasn't there. And I know it was much harder for her. And I think in community, we want healthy communities. But I think we need to be honest enough, where are the barriers still? It isn't around blame and prioritizing one, but we do need to proactively address those barriers to make it more equitable, so that both boys and girls can be agents of change, can have a voice, can have that hope, and those dreams can become a reality. I loved your analogy of birthing something new in those dreams, and that should be for everyone. And our women and our girls and young women need to know that that is also within their reach, that they can be safe, that they can be protected, that the resources and the support and the networks are there to also champion them and encourage them to succeed.
Thank you very much. This was a very powerful panel. So I think after this, we just need to take a 5-minute break. A stretcher.
Thank you.
And then please be back in 5 minutes.
But just before the break, yes. We have a 1-minute video, and you need to see our go-go's practicing for the Go-Go Olympics.
Oh, wow.
I worked as a professional nurse from 1973 to 2003. I was inspired to help the community to develop in rural areas. The AIDS epidemic has claimed lives for many South Africans. It was the grannies that were taking care of the grandchildren. So I started a project of support groups. That's when I realized that I needed to introduce something that would keep them fit. We now have a Go-Go Olympic every year. The grannies come together from different areas. The Go-Go Olympic has brought energy, has brought hope, and for me, it's bringing the community together. It started as a support group, but it's a rural development project which is empowering women. We are now working with ±2,000 grannies, and it has raised the self-esteem of the people that thought there's nothing that they could do in life. I'm doing this for the love of my community. Life is not only about you, it's also about other people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Just ponder on the thought. We see dads take their sons to soccer games, to rugby, and so forth. Do we as mothers take the girl child to watch netball, to watch the women's sevens, and to very proudly wear the T-shirts with their names on? Just ponder on that thought. Most women wear T-shirts with male sportsmen on their bags. Do we wear the female sportswomen's names on our back in support? Just ponder.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Am I audible? Am I? Okay, cool. Hello. It's time to go back.
Yes. You are?
Yes.
Oh.
No, it's fine. I'm not gonna respond.
So yeah, where we in session 3.
Yes.
You'll see most of the questions. We'll
Ah.
play around amongst the 3 of us.
Okay, cool. And then, Mr. Faisal, I don't have your bio.
He didn't send it. Your bio center. He was really busy, Chairman.
Okay, and then I also don't have.
So you see where the questions are for me.
She wanted to speak now, but Nozi, we need to get back to this. Can I take this?
Guys,
This is
ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? It's time to go back into. It's time to go back into your case. Guys, it's time to go back now. Yes. Hi, it's time to go back. Okay, cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please make our way to our seats? We would like to start in 2 minutes.
Okay, so who's that? Where's the mic? Is it working?
Keep the tempo going, with some volume.
Awesome.
I'm worried about time. So, this panel is half an hour, right? Let's keep it at that. Straight into the whole run. We can give him some time so we can make up time before we lose people.
Okay, cool. Where are these people? Yes. Okay, cool. 5 minutes is long gone. Are we using Bantu time or? 5 minutes is time. Thank you so much for rejoining us. Now we're going to go straight to session 2. From policy to play, implementing South Africa's first women and sports policy for lasting impact. We usually on social media argue about the policies that the government implements because we don't really understand what it means. I'm one of those people, I argue, I'm so angry about this policy. What does it mean? I don't know, but it's a policy. So the people who implement it are here today to explain to us how policies work. In the theme of the journey from policy development to tangible action, emphasizing the transformation impact on South Africa's sports ecosystem. It highlights the importance of turning legislative frameworks into real opportunities for women and girls, fostering inclusion, equity, and sustainable progress in sports at all levels. I'm first going to be joined by Professor Cora. Professor Cora of, I know her as a University of Johannesburg professor, but she's now at Stellenbosch as well. Cora Barnett is the director of South African Center of Olympic Studies and Social Impact at the University of Stellenbosch, and emeritus professor at the University of Johannesburg. Over the years, she has led various research projects in 15 African countries, engaged in policy evaluation, gender research and development, and lectured internationally. Welcome, Prof. And then up next, I'm going to be joined by Dr. Ruth Mojalifa, National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. She's the experienced director of development with a demonstrated history of working in the sports industry, skilled in project management, managerial finance, strategic planning, policy development, which is what we are here for today, and research. She has strong community and social services professional with a postgraduate diploma in monitoring and evaluation, focused in monitoring and evaluation from Stellenbosch University. Welcome, ladies. Welcome. So today we are going to be talking about the policy that you are implementing, because like I said, we always argue on social media. We're like, what is happening? Government is implementing another policy again, and you don't even understand what it is about. So I wanted to start with you, Dr. Ruth. Can you please explain in more details what the policy is about?
Okay. Thank you very much. Good day, I think it's good afternoon to everybody. Protocol observed. Maybe let me just correct by saying we have just formulated the policy. It is still to be implemented.
Okay.
So now we'll be saying, arise, women of South Africa, not only Africa, because of this milestone, this huge national policy that has been developed. A policy is a way of addressing a problem. In this case, we are talking about gender inequality. Research does inform policy. In other words, you cannot just go out and thumbs up to say, now today we are talking about this thing. It means there was a problem that has been identified. In other words, South Africa has been operating in a vacuum. So now it's high time to make sure that now we close that vacuum by addressing this gender inequality, which is a challenge in sports. So that's why the government went out and did, we collected data in all the, I'm still going to talk about that, in all the provinces to make sure that the policy is relevant and up to date and it does address this huge challenge of gender inequality. It also addresses the gender-based violence. It targets both able-bodied women and girls in sports, as well as women and girls living with disabilities. Let me just pause here.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc. Prof, I wanted to ask, so how does this policy framework affect the sports fraternity, particularly in the NGO space?
There is a lot of opportunities. If you read the policy framework, 88 pages, but you can go to the executive summary, 3 pages. So, and what we did, I think it was the first policy, and thanks to Dr. Ruth, because I'm a practitioner at heart. I'd never read policies because I'm bored by them. Otherwise, or I don't understand them. So it was the wrong person to get to help with the policy, because I needed something that I could follow. So what we did is we went to all the provinces, and she made it happen that 120 people in the last phase of the policy came, and we trained them on the policy. And while we trained them, we also got feedback. The main thing about implementation is the government clearly said to us, don't say government must, government cannot. So it's up to us to must. So there's no additional funding for the policy. The policy has different, 8 different strategic areas. The first one is about participation and excellence. So it's looking at pathways. NGOs, and that's your question, NGOs cannot just do sport for development. Whenever you do sport, people want to compete, they want to have fun. And that's why the previous speaker, you got it. They want to have fun, and they want to compete, and they want to have some leagues. That's natural, that's human nature. So sport for development will inevitably link to sport development. And so that's why the first strategic area is about participation, giving opportunities. Then the second one is about leadership and government. And you're quite right. Leadership, women are totally underrepresented in leadership positions globally, but also in South Africa, 1 out of about 20%. Head coaches, 18% of people are leading in sport. I mean, I can give you stats forever. And then the third one is visibility, training and advocacy. And the previous speakers talked about advocacy. How do I make people aware? And how do I change mindsets? By looking at language, looking at behaviors, but change it where you find the space and time. Then safeguarding and integrity is another big area. Safeguarding, addressing gender-based violence and integrity. And you talked about authenticity as well. Then sport for development is a key component. And if you know about the Commonwealth Games, they also have sport for development. Sport, and as the first speaker said, is a catalyst. I mean, our Deputy Minister was really spot on. It's about the inspiration that Mandela gave us, but it's changing lives in real time, in real places. And then the other two is really about competitive sport, is Team South Africa delivering and then hosting sport events. NGOs can bring a fantastic contribution, but mobilizing volunteers. And I just spoke to a colleague of mine. We want to really establish a volunteer system, a passport of volunteering, that people can be more employable, can lead to employment. I mean, we had 66% of the people that volunteered at the Netball World Cup were unemployed. So there is a lot of opportunity in this policy. You must just read it nicely and say, here's the opportunity. Even if you look at the built environment, when women participate in sport, now there will be play areas and safe play areas for children, NGOs. There's an opportunity for you to say, okay, I'm going to run an ECD group. I'm going to run a play activities there. So if you read through the policy framework, there's a lot of good opportunities for them to come on board.
Thank you so much, Prof. And I actually wanted to ask Dr. Ruth, what are the requirements for implementing a policy in South Africa?
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for this wonderful question. I've been waiting for it. You know, in government consists of many departments. So for the sake of consistency and uniformity, it is a requirement to make sure that we should follow so-called national policy development framework, which has been approved in 2020 by Cabinet. It also promotes transformation. It also deals with the issue of socioeconomic challenges such as inequality, unemployment, and you name them. So government, through the presidency, came up with this guideline or requirement to make sure that each and every department, if you want to develop a national policy, make sure that you follow this guideline. It's a must, it is a requirement. Not only that, we have got NDP, Vision 2030. Again, it's one of the requirements to make sure that when you come up with a national, we talk about national policies. When you come up with a national policy, make sure that you read or you go through the NDP Vision 2030, which also tackle triple challenges. I've just mentioned them. Yeah, inequality, unemployment, and poverty. So for now, the gender inequality somehow contributes to poverty. It contributes to unemployment. Not only that, we have got so-called socio-economic impact assessment system. Again, it's one of the requirements. It also promotes socio-economic solution, so to say. In other words, when you develop your policy, the policy must make sure that it addresses the socio-economic challenges. I've just mentioned them, let me not repeat. So again, this CS, which is socio-economic impact assessment system, it encourages us to make sure that we come up with the relevant intervention. In this case, we're talking about this policy framework for women in sport. Women in sport. So we need to go out and check what are the root causes which will lead me to come up with this policy. What are the options? Do you have the costing for that? So you must first do an analysis before you can say, indeed, it is important or compulsory for me or for the department to come up with this intervention or proposal. In this case, we're talking about the policy framework for women in sport. Yes. Then lastly, we do talk about the theory of change. It is one of the requirements. Theory of change is nothing else but it is a technique or a yardstick that show how the intervention, in this case, we're talking about the policy framework for women in sport, contributes to the intended outcomes and impact. Intended outcomes, what do you want to achieve after a long time? Intended impacts, what do you want to see? We want to see gender equality, not gender inequality, but we want to see gender equality. So for now, we have got the problem of gender inequality. So the theory of change, because it has got the components, starting with the resources or the inputs, then the activities, the outputs. Let me just mention them. Outcomes, then impact. So the theory of change is then used during the implementation of the policy or the program or the project. And how are you going to monitor and evaluate? Because if you don't have those components, it's going to be a problem. So for now, it is a must that each and every intervention, whether a policy or a program or a project, must have the theory of change. Let me pause there.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? Okay. So if you are monitoring how the policy is working and everything else, who then do you use? Do you use NGOs or do you use someone in government?
In the first place, you make use of the log frame, which has got the indicators. We need to start there because you measure the progress by making use of the indicators. So the implementers, it will be the relevant stakeholders. If you check the implementation plan, it shows who are the relevant stakeholders to implement and who are the delivery partners or the partners who will assist. But now, this policy is going to be implemented in a collaborative or integrated manner. But in most cases, national departments develop a national policy. Then the provinces and other stakeholders, they implement. Then we measure progress, and then they will send maybe the quarterly reports, and then finally the annual reports, things like that.
Oh, thank you so much. I've always actually, not that I've been interested, but I'm interested now because I remember with transformation, right, and how it was implemented. I remember it was going on in the news and I was still young at the time, but seeing it come to life, like with the Springboks team and everything, then you get to understand now how all these policies tend to come to life. Thank you so much. Moving to you, Prof, I just wanted to know, so in terms of the NGO space now, what are the opportunities there for NGO to support and extend their work and reach for social impact in the communities?
Okay, if I've got an NGO, and I often dream that I have one, and then I'm glad I wake up and it was a dream. So knowing the NGO world, I admire you, I must tell you. So the way I would go about it is say, okay, here's a policy framework. I would say, okay, I will develop my policy or align my current policy. Because then when I go for money, because that's what you need to do, I say I'm aligned, vertically aligned with this policy at the national level. They are aligned at the global level with UNESCO and UNICEF and all of those actors. So I'm aligned. Then in my alignment, I will check what do I have that I can enrich my policy. Then I will develop a code of conduct. Because if you look at gender-based violence, you need to have a code of conduct for your coaches. Your coaches need to be vetted, and there are people that are very well clued up in safeguarding. So I would align my documentation. Then I will say, look at practice. Opportunities are amazing. There's a lot of opportunities. I would, as NGOs, I'll mobilize. I will talk to Alan and say, let's mobilize and offer the sports sector the delivery component of the development. So you can unearth the talent and really change the hearts and the minds of people on the ground where the sports sector are focusing on competition and Protea colors and whatever. You've got other colors that you can do. 40% of procurement of all events should go to women-owned businesses. Where are the women? Where are the businesses? It's in policy. Stand on the policy. The policy should give you should give you the leverage to come to the forth. So I would really use the policy to my advantage. Align. Get your policy out. Get your theory of change. That's an easy one. We can give you templates. Then say, okay, I'm going to reach this, and then monitor. Today, one message, a takeaway is resilience. I've been working on measuring resilience, and I will share it with you because I've got people coming from the States to learn about resilience. We are one of the most resilient countries ever. And we did our research amongst NGOs, and how people survive and thrive is just a lesson for the world. So research gives you the strength and gives you the evidence. If you go to corporates, they say, okay, what's the cost benefit here? We can give you the benefits. So drive intentional change, measure intentional change, measure resilience, measure self-efficacy, measure social skills. We give you the tools to do so. Get the evidence, as Dr. Ruth said, is evidence-based. The policies is just the coat, the hanger. Put your coat on it and use it to your advantage.
Thank you so much, Prof. And Doc. I'm going to open the floor for questions. I actually feel like I can implement a policy now. There's a question. Alan, there's a question up there. Thank you.
So I can try to speak.
Okay, cool. Okay, we've got a mic.
Thank you very much for the panelists. I think we should all congratulate you for this policy framework for women in sport. My name is Angela Mello. I am a Mozambican, but I work at UNESCO on sport policies, precisely. I have probably two questions. The first is, you talk about, Professor, you talk about the input, output, and impact. But the most difficult challenge is, or the most challenges when you design a sport policy framework, particularly for women in sport, is to have indicators, how to measure your sport policy. So I'd like to hear more about it. The second question is, how, if in the policy, sport policies, what is the place of the sport ministry interacting with other ministers, because sport is not a standalone social or economic development, yeah? And finally, the third is also in the same vein, is how your framework is interacting with the annual economic, social planning or policies, because otherwise you will have an island in sports for women, because it's underfunding, right? Thank you.
Okay, you can answer. Yes,
Okay,
please start.
thank you so much. In terms of the development of the indicators, it becomes difficult or a confusion if you don't develop indicators in consultation with the relevant stakeholders. Because coming during the implementation phase, that's when you'll see that this indicator is not working. Because you developed it in isolation. You are just in the office, and it becomes a problem. Secondly, it will support by so-called technical indicator description. Each and every indicator, you should define it. What do we mean? By the way, you do it in consultation. What do we mean by this indicator? You define it. You agree, and then you title it. When am I going to collect data? Is it going to be on a quarterly basis or annually? You agree. What data will be collected? Again, you agree. In that way, it really assists you. But if you develop it in isolation, it becomes a problem. And again, it's important to make sure that an indicator becomes integrated. Don't use like smaller indicator there. Make sure that it can be collaborated. That's why I talk about customized indicators. We find that all the provinces, you can make use of one indicator to measure this something, you know. I'm just giving an example. Okay, let me allow Prof.
Okay. In terms of the indicators, we mentioned 8 strategic areas. So under the strategic areas, you'll have specific indicators. We did a survey. For instance, your indicator around participation and excellence could be to increase the level of participation by 10% every second year or something like that. So you have a percentage in terms of the direction of change you want to measure. And then there's mechanisms by government to measure the change. So they've got an eminence persons group that every year the national federations needs to give statistics in terms of transformation, but also in terms of participation. So you have like mini indexes around the strategic areas. Now, if you look at the Millennium Development Goals was 8. Now we have the Sustainable Development Goals, we've got 17 and 169 targets. So this is not going to be so comprehensive. So I think if you have like 8 different, and in the policy framework, there's also indicators, and there's also actually baseline data that we have. And one of the baseline data was the number of NGOs working in the sport for development space as per registration of Allen SSCN. That was one indicator. But it's a baseline indicator, and it's, if you look at the 8 spaces, strategic areas, you will have about not more than 15 indicators. And we all align with that indicator, and we all contribute to that indicator. And that gets reported through the government channels, because the stake owner of this policy framework is government. And that leads to the next question. So the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture will be the policy owner in this component. But they're aligned to 14 different other policies. And that also means that they need to report to the Department of Health, and they collaborate with the Department of Health, Social Affairs, etc. We're now going into a regional hub for safeguarding. The integration between government departments is so essential, because if we look at PEPAS, physical education is also health optimizing physical education. So health education, and the Ministry of Health has got to say there. Then we know there's an MOU between the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. So you need to have an alignment between your ministries, and then I would suggest you go for an indexing, because if you look at the Equality Gender Index, Namibia is 6 globally, far above all the other countries. And I spoke to the minister in Namibia. I said, what did you do? And there was a lot of strategies that they did successfully. So my thing is, if you work on indexes and then you can report on a specific index that align with your strategic area, you can simplify it. And then if you have that framework, all the NGOs can say, I'm collaborating on this strategic goal, on that indicator. And Alan can then capture it in his 138 members across Africa and say, and report to the African Union and say, we now commit to increase participation for girls, and look at a comparison between boys and girls. So I think it's an easy way to pack it and be intentional in your choice of the indicator that you want to serve. But the national government will give you the indicators, in our case, and also the targets, and you can then align with the targets.
Okay, maybe just to add, sorry.
Not a problem.
To say, since we're talking about the theory of change, we just got the components. So it is important to make sure that each and every level, for example, when you talk resource inputs level, there should be an indicator that addresses the resources or the input. Indicator for activities, outputs, outcomes, and impact, just like that. Thanks.
Yeah, and sometimes, if I can follow up, impact takes 10 years. The Australian Sports Commission never measure impacts, and especially when it comes to change. So I'll be smart again. You know, I don't want to work so hard. I want to work smarter. So I will say, okay, my impact is a low-hanging fruit. What is a low-hanging fruit? If I educate and train and people get qualified, that's an easy one. So I can train in 1 weekend. I can train in 2 weekends. I can do level 1 athletics coaching. That's a low-hanging fruit, and you can deliver. So choose your indicators that you can have quick wins in the short term, and then some in the medium term, and then the longer term, and only 10 years later maybe, but not 30 years. Like I did the impact assessment of a woman in sport, and when we had 1994 to 2004, and we've got the same conversations. We haven't moved so much. So we need to move, and that needs to be smarter and strategic in what we choose.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question? Just one last question on the floor.
Hi, Lana from the School of Hard Knocks. It's a small NPO. We do sports development. So we partner with local soccer teams, and we're really trying to target women. One of our programs is called Next Gen Women, and it's difficult. No, the mother load, the workload, they only attend 1 session, so trying to piggyback on top of those sessions is hard enough. But a lot of the people we work with run little side hustles where they're trying to get more women in the townships, especially into football leagues. And it's come to my attention that South African Football Association hasn't been paying the annual subsidies for the last 2 years. And I know that a lot of these women are having to take out personal bank loans to pay for transport to get these teams to participating at tournaments, and they're now boycotting. Do you know anything about that? So that really impacts what we're trying to do in increasing participation. Dr. Ruth?
She's not a soccer person. No, I think that information maybe is addressed to another, maybe to a SASCOC. Do we have somebody from, from the sports fraternity specifically? Because it comes into the implementation phase, and I think we're not the people to talk to.
It's only come across my radar last week when my
But-
coaches
but
are
it
trying to get
speaks-
loans, and it's going to
it speaks-
impact.
Yeah, it speaks to parity and it speaks to justice. So I think you could, okay, I don't know what you're going to do about it, but I think you can report it to the right channels and maybe find the way to the federations, and through the federations find the way to whoever might be at the SAC responsible there.
Or I can write a story as a journalist.
Yes. Ombudsman.
Thank you very much for your questions, and thank you very much for this panel. When I first heard that I'm going to be interviewing a professor and a doctor about policies, I was like, oh my God, what is a policy? Is it a funeral policy? What are we doing? But thank you very much for actually simplifying it for us and making us understand how policies are implemented. Up next, as the two-time back-to-back rugby winning, World Cup winners, we are going to have a panel from World Rugby. And then right after, we're going to go to lunch. Who's here for food? I know. As soon as I saw, when Alan invited me and said there'll be refreshments, I was like, okay, I don't have to think about this. I'm definitely going. We are going to be joined by the World Rugby panel, who are going to be discussing World Rugby global objectives. The theme of the panel is leveraging women's sports for societal impacts, empowering girls through physical activity, enhancing sports performances, and advancing education and employability. I'm first going to call Ms. Carolee van Dieberg, World Rugby Regional Partnership Manager. And while she's coming up to the stage, Ms. van der Berg is the Regional Partnership Manager for Africa at World Rugby, responsible for fostering international relations between African rugby unions, the Continental Federation, and key stakeholders in sports programming, high performance, and sports for development. And then up next, I'm going to call up Ms. Ninette Groot. Ms. Groot is the Women's Participations Programs Manager at World Rugby with over 10 years of experience in sports. In the sports, she recently led the launch of Rugby Rising Play, which she's going to tell us more about, the first bespoke girls' participation program. Passionate about empowering others through rugby, Ninette is dedicated to expanding opportunities for women and girls in the sport. And then next, I'm going to call up Ms. Nangamsho Dudumashi. Nangamsho is the Women's Participation Manager at SA Rugby, committed to increasing access and opportunities for women in the sports. Born and raised in Engcobo, Eastern Cape, she earned sports management degree from CPUT and gained industry experience at Western Province Rugby. And then up next, I'm going to call up Mr. Faisal Feltin, who's part of World Rugby. I'm saying part of World Rugby because, Mr., I waited for your bio. But he works for World Rugby, so we already know. And then lastly, I'm going to call Miss Logan Velman. She is a rugby player, so she's gonna score. So she's gonna score a try before leaving the stage.
World Rugby Development are committed to growing the game globally, working through its regions and unions to offer rugby to a greater and more diverse audience than ever before. World Rugby is committed to growing the game, with £9 million invested into our unions and regions annually via our Union Development Investment Programme. Our investment has seen the number of global players rise in the last 10 years from 6.3 million to 7.4 million. Globally, we've seen the number of 7s and 15s rugby teams grow to 130,000. In addition to our direct investment, World Rugby also provides targeted investment through a variety of programmes and services to support our regions and unions to grow. Our flagship programme, Get Into Rugby, has introduced rugby to well over 10 million participants since its inception. Not only does Get Into Rugby introduce the game, but it also supports the development of better pathways to keep more players playing. Rugby Rising Play, launched globally in 2024, has already achieved a global reach across all regions. Rugby Rising Play is designed to maximise engagement of female players by tailoring the offer more closely to the needs of young female players. Our new T1 Rugby non-contact rugby format completes our suite of games. Rugby Union now has 15s, 7s and T1 Rugby. T1 Rugby is a game for everyone, played by anyone. This brand new game format will be offered to every union by 2025. T1 Rugby will transform unions' ability to recruit and retain a more diverse range of players than ever before. We've seen how impactful our programmes can be. Our Rugby Rising Play scheme is thriving in Mexico, Netherlands, Pakistan and Cayman Islands. Women and girls are now getting a dedicated offer to bring them into our game. We've also seen our Get Into Rugby initiative flourish in India, Brazil, Madagascar, Slovenia and Fiji, where our development of the girls' game elevated the women's 15s and 7s teams to victory on the big stage. Looking to the future, working with our member unions to focus on growing participation in 15, 7s and T1 Rugby, we want to grow the game from 7.3 million to over 9 million by 2030. A major focus will be on growing the profile and adoption of T1 Rugby, so rugby can be more accessible to a greater number of people. We want to raise the total number of global teams playing all forms of the game from 130,000 to 150,000. Growing grassroots amateur rugby across children's, youth and adults. The development of the women's game remains a priority, and we aim to double the number of women's teams during this period, as well as take the overall playing numbers to over 3 million. Our future plans will build on the department's successes to help develop the long-term sustainable growth of the game, with continued core investment into our regions and unions, and with focused investment through our flagship programmes. With our annual growth conferences and in-country development visits, we aim to provide all our members with the support to grow their capability and capacity to take the game to the world, to create more players playing more forms of the game more often. Did you get that? To take the game to the world, to create more players playing more forms of the game more often.
Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the hot seats. Carolee, I'm actually going to start with you. Firstly, what is T1 Rugby?
That's a question for Ninette. I'll jump in, that's all right. So we started this process probably 4 or 5 years ago, where we realized that as World Rugby, we did not have a non-contact format that was inclusive. So we do not have any format of the game where boys, girls, men, women, moms, dads, grannies, them all can play one game together. And we found that it's really important to create something in this space that we can have our own non-contact, because then we're moving away from having to have facilities, having to have all these barriers to entry. And at the end of the day, we came up with T1 Rugby. So T1 Rugby is now the #1 way to get involved without any of the barriers, and we really see this as a family format and as something that the whole family can enjoy. It doesn't have to be too competitive, But if you want it to be, there's a big game on flexibility element to it that we usually start it slow, but within a few minutes we see it going full contact. Or not full contact, but full speed.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And then, Carolee, I wanted to ask, I see that the initiative is really, really growing. How hard is it to get girls to play rugby? Because I come from a village, I'm sorry for saying this again, but I know rugby as a man's sport.
Yeah, so we're not experiencing it as a challenge to get girls to play rugby. The challenge is more making sure there is an offering. So once the offering is there, in the right format, like T1, which is non-contact, which is more, which appears like safer than full contact rugby, once there is a platform, whether it is within the communities, whether it is through a school, then the girls come and play. So, especially, I don't know, in the rest of Africa, where maybe school sport is a little bit less developed or less well structured as in South Africa, then there is really that need, that sort of hunger for young boys and young girls to actually practice sport, to participate in sport. Whether it is rugby or any other sport doesn't really matter. But as far as we are concerned, we find that if we put it on offer in a safe and inviting way, in terms of the format of the game, in terms of the platform, the venue where they can participate, then girls come. There's no, and then in terms of maybe sometimes cultural barriers, our rugby unions are safe communities, and they work with safe coaches and educators from the communities to help parents, to actually invite parents to the game as well. So even in more conservative environments where it is not common for girls to participate in sport, even less so in competitive team contact sport like rugby, it's all about managing relations and making them feel invited and safe as a whole family in that environment.
Oh, thank you very much. Nangom, so you come from Engcobo and you are involved in grassroots. So I wanted to ask, how hard is it to bridge the gap between grassroots as well as elite professional rugby?
If I can maybe just latch on what Carolee has said, it might be a barrier way, and I do agree with you. Coming from a rural area myself, rugby is still seen as a male-dominated sport. So it is a challenge. So how do we then bridge the gap? We would then have to involve the community at large. In my experience in the last 10 years, or rather, if I must go back, in the last 4 months, is realizing that if we engage our communities, especially the community leaders, then we have sort of, in a way, have won the battle. Where if we have a buy-in of the chiefs in our communities, where they advocate for girls participating in sports, not just in rugby, then I think for me, we would have done a great job in the space of rugby. We are then saying families must be involved. I mean, for me, it took, just like Akon, my dad and my brothers, to be involved in sports. They bridged that gap. Yes, I wasn't a born athlete, but it made me realize there's some sort of impact that I could add onto the sports. That's when I decided to venture into studying sports management. And then it took the men in the community. And when I say community, I'm not referring to 10 or 20 people. It might be that single man, which I'm going to refer to the one sitting right next to me. He gave me an opportunity when I was an intern. And he said, there's a space for you. Come join in. I didn't understand rugby, but it was helping me bridge the gap. And I understood my capabilities and what I can add onto the sport. And so many years later, we might not be where we want to be in terms of, say, when you see SA Rugby, you do not necessarily see the Springbok team, which refers to the men. But when you see Springboks, we must be able to talk to the ladies' team as well. So we are trying to bridge the gap.
Oh, thank you very much for that. And then moving on to Mr. Faisal and building on from what Nangomso just said, what opportunities are there, educational opportunities for girls that participate in sport?
Yeah, I think one of the key things as federation, I think, is understanding firstly in terms of when it comes to the females, in terms of what the needs are. And I think one of the biggest mistakes we sometimes make is we try to copy and paste in terms of what we do with the men. And I think from our side, it's understanding, ideally in terms of an athlete, what is an athlete? What do we want? What do we want to achieve? It's not only on the field, it's also off the field. So many of the girls from my side, especially involved at club rugby, managing club rugby in Western Cape, is understanding communities. And I think the one thing is that we need to understand when it comes to education, many of our ladies have opportunities. The doors are open to go to university, to go and study further. But the challenges are the marks. And I think as a federation now from our side, we're starting to realize and see that we need to start investing. Our first priority is, when we look at it, is education, number one. It builds a solid, when it comes to a female in terms of the needs. And secondly is life skills, we start teaching. And thirdly is the sport. And once we have those three components in that, we believe that shapes in terms of the individual and the person. So the one thing that we embark on is looking at education, is trying to help and assist within the communities and that there. So it's all about partnerships. I think it's about the NGOs, it's about the foundations that we have, everybody coming together, not working in isolation. So from our side, we partner with NGOs, with foundations, wherever there is. I think we need to understand what the goal and objective is. As a federation, it's about the ultimate goal. It's not necessarily, yes, we want Springboks. It's about, we need to firstly understand it's about the community. You have a strong community, you have strong leaders within that community. And I think the one key thing from our side is looking at education. How do we partner? So we've listed programs where we partner with foundations, looking at how do we start tutoring, how do we get the girls, because when we look as a coach, I always start from my side, I'm called coach, but I'm not actually a coach, so the girls all call me coach. But I think it's more about understanding that when the girls come to a field, we don't understand the challenges that they face at home, the struggles that they have at home. And I think it's about how we support them. If you want an athlete and you want to make sure you have a good player on the field, you need to also understand what are they going through, and those challenges. So from a federation point of view, we need to form partnerships within and look at how we can partner, how we can help, how we can assist. Ideally, Logan will tell you a story, but when it comes to education, I believe a lot of people give up because there is no support, or they don't know. So I wouldn't say they don't know any better, but they don't know what it is. That's the way they've been brought up. And I think in the communities, we look for those role models. And Logan will latch onto it from her side, her sort of struggle. And just by giving a bit of support and, just showing the interest in that there, we have many girls out there that, need that support. And I think when we look as a whole sitting here today, I think it's more about the community at large that we need to look at. The one thing what we've learned is, latching on to the previous question, is that when we have programs, the kids want to play. Whatever you're going to bring them, they want to play, no matter what it is. There's got to be something, and I think that's the thing. The schools is a challenge, wouldn't be say a challenge, but the focus is primarily on education, which means as sport, we need to support that, institute and that. The one thing is we always believe is you're going to have kids gifted in the classroom, and there's kids gifted on the sports field. We need to give everybody the fair opportunity in terms of, having that balance and that there. So from a federation, it's about partnerships, and I think, through the partnerships we've had with World Rugby, SA Rugby, it's support structures and partners that we need to work together.
Thank you very much, Faisal. And I think as a federation, you're doing very, very important work. I'd love to move on to Ms. Logan. Can you please introduce yourself and just tell us more about yourself?
Okay, good day, everyone. I'm Logan Bialman, 20 years of age, born and raised in Makassar. Makassar is an area in Cape Town with very talented people, but with less role models to look up to. It's crime-ridden, but I managed to stay positive through sports. Sorry, I'm nervous. I don't want to speak on the level of crime in my area, but rather focus on the positives. My neighborhood does not limit me to opportunities that are out there, so I made a decision to stay in school, which offered me opportunities I would have missed if I focused on the negative. So speaking about opportunities, I had the support from Western Province and this man, Faisal. I was in a public school in Makassar. I couldn't focus in class because we are about like 40 in one class, and the teacher couldn't hear himself, so I was getting frustrated. Enige probleem wat ek men gesit het, het ek vir Faisal gelaat weet. And I get this opportunity to go to a private school, my grade 12 year. But before I go there, I did fail grade 11, but ek het nog steeds aangehou. Ek het dit net opgegee nie. So I get the support from province and Faisal. I went to a private school, grade 12, which allowed me to focus in class and engage with the teachers as well. I also joined the Rhinos program that helped me so much, as they provided me time to study and offered me accommodation.
I think maybe just latching on to what Logan has said, I think the key thing is when Logan contacted me one day, she contacted and she video called me in the class. Coach, ek kan nie meer nie. Class is that frustrated. And the thing is, a lot of us expect, and I think we take it for granted in the sense of, Dudu will tell you the program that she was part of as well, is that, we told the learners to go study, we told them, you need to pass, you need to do this, you need to do that. But we don't understand the challenges that they have within the environment. So from her side, one of the challenges, obviously the studying, in terms of what we realized is, when she studies parrot, what she reads and that there, and the understanding and that there. So when she came to me, I was like, Coach, I can't anymore. So I said, no, we're going to sort it out. So the first point was, okay, let's see what we're going to do. We're going to take it to see what other schools there are. So the Rhinos Academy came on board and they assisted us in terms of accommodation. So the idea was, okay, we need to get you an environment, number one, that's safe, that you don't have to worry about anything, that you can study. You don't have to worry in terms of, whether you got a meal, whether you got anything, everything is sorted. So from their side, they allowed us the opportunity to go to school as well. So we then approached the schools in the area, and the schools that we went to, firstly, as she said, she failed grade 11. They pushed her through to grade 12 the following year. So when we went to the schools, the challenge was many of the schools didn't want to take her. And the reason was because she was a risk. And already then, from my side, I couldn't say, sorry, you have to go back. We then had to go look, and I said, we're going to find a way. So we managed to find a private school that was willing to take her. And the reason why we went there was because it was a smaller class. So it's all about, from our side, is giving the support in terms of what's needed, what's required, and at the end. That's where number two was where she went to the Rhinos Academy. So you must remember, Logan, as much as she sits here now today, before, very aggressive, very, and going to a private school, going to the Rhinos Academy where it's rules and discipline and, for her, now to be in that environment and that there was a huge challenge in that there. So,
If I may.
yeah.
If I may, just on Logan's story, it's stories that we're trying to tell to encourage participation for young girls. We've addressed, or rather touched on, lack of role models. She can now go back to Makassar and stand in front of a community and be the example to inspire the next Logan. So we then not sit in a situation where we say, so many years later, we still have lack of role models. So we're using her as an example, and obviously in an attempt to target more female athletes going forward.
Yeah. I think, and then just on that, like I said, Logan going to the school and that there, and new rules, new stuff and that there. And I think one of the key things is that when she got there, she'll tell you the story, she's smiling, is that it was difficult for her to be confined to rules, people telling her, you must do this, you must do that. And eventually, she went out, and I got a phone call late at night. Logan is gone, and they can't find her, and it's this, and it's that. So, next morning, I had to go to the Rhinos Academy and that there. But I think the key thing is from our side, we had a number of other girls that were there. And there was about 6 or 7 of them. And when I got there, the first thing is everybody was called in because they're a team. They need to understand the support structures is them. They are the support for each other. And I think when I got there, each and everyone had a meeting with each of them, everyone. Logan will tell you herself as well. When we chatted, it was up to her to make a decision. What exactly do you want? You have a choice. You can either stay here or you're going to go back. And I think that was the turning point for her more than anything else, is that there and then she made a decision in terms of what she wanted. And unfortunately, sometimes you've got to be straight. And I think especially when it comes to the girls from our side, is that when they build the trust with them, they always understand that whatever you're doing is in the best interest and it's for their good. And we're merely giving guidance and that there. And I think that's the role models that you look for, amongst, within the community. Yeah.
I just want to say congratulations, Logan. The adults won't tell you, but it's so hard to change behavior, even as an adult. Like, even in my 30s, sometimes I throw tantrums and I'm like, oh my God, I'm 33, I can't do that anymore. It's so hard to change behavior, so congratulations on that. It requires a lot of discipline. Now, moving to you, Ninette, I just wanted to ask, how can we better align the objective of sports organizations with those of educational and professional institutions to create a holistic pathway for women and girls like Logan?
So I think we've already touched on quite a few points, but we have to have a bit of a holistic view when we work with these things. We can expose someone like Logan to sport in primary school. Great first step. But if we don't have the full bigger picture in mind, it's a bit of a waste of resource, time, all those kind of things. And we know we are all stretched. We also know we're in quite a competitive space when it comes to attention span, time. All sports, all other activities, culture, education, everyone wants a little piece of the pie when we talk about that. So I'll hand over to Faisal and Logan in a bit, but it's so important, and I think they just have like the greatest practical examples, but for us it's important to work, as Faisal already mentioned, it's all about those relationships and partnerships. We can't work in silos, we can't work in isolation. So if we work with schools, we also have to think, what after school? How do we keep women in the game for life? How do we offer dual career opportunities? Logan, and you guys must really take note of her name because she will still go very far. There's a big chance she'll be playing in the World Cup later this year representing South Africa. So take note. We need to make sure that players like Logan can envision her life beyond rugby as well. And it's very important to have those things in place. What can we help Logan with to have a dual career? Because right now, rugby is very important to her, but what will be her life after rugby? Can she be involved as a coach? Can she be involved as the part of the administration side of the game? Would she just become a very supportive mom or grandma or just an advocate for rugby? So I'm going to hand back to you, Faisal, because I think you've got very practical ideas on how one can integrate these kind of things. Or
I think
Logan.
Logan wants to go further.
Guys, as a teenager, we like to galavan, like you call it. So, ek is hier gewoon mense sê vir my dat en dat moet so wees nie. When I joined the Rhinos program, they taught me discipline and also life skills. And when Faisal came to have a chat with all of our Western Province ladies, that is where I realized what I must now say. Ja, wat ek nou moet kies tussen dat lekker tye of die pad vorentoe. So, en hy het dit baie straightforward vir my gesê. So I got a wake-up call. And a wake-up call on reality. And I had to remember why I chose sport. I made a decision to continue studying and complete my matric. Tutors came because I did struggle with a few subjects. Tutors came, I improved, and I sit here and I can confirm I passed my matric, as difficult as it was to give up on the sport for a short while.
Yeah. I think just on that, I mean, the one thing that from Logan's side was her decision to want to pass matric. From our side and everybody else, it's around support, and giving her that support. So, I mean, she'll tell you she had tutors. For her to be studying 6 in the morning, I had to take her. She ended up, the Rhinos Academy finished off, I think it was in August, and then we had to get her a place. So eventually she came, she stayed by my place. My sister's at home, so she's also got a disability, so the two of them sort of bonded. But the one key thing with her is that she made that commitment, 6 to go for tutoring, maths, history, and then 9 o'clock come back, we had maths. At 12 o'clock, another session was business studies, and it went on like that. She was studying literally 12, 14 hours a day, from her side, having breaks in between and that day. But I think the key thing is that she made that commitment. And as much as she says she passed matric, I mean, when she called me and she said to me, Coach, I must go with her. And it's a drive from Stellenbosch, where she is, and she has to go to Somerset West to the school to get the results. And I was thinking it's going to be a long drive. I wasn't sure of the results and what, So I think when we got there, even the principal, when he read out and he said to us, and, we all stood there waiting for feedback, and it's the school, there was 40 learners that wrote matric. There was like 28 that got bachelor passes. And then they said there was 7 people that didn't make it. And then they came in and like working out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. Okay, let's see. So we tried like elimination, and then I think from Logan's side, she went up and she went to receive. And I mean, I was watching, and she'll tell you as well. Even from her educators, they were all like winking and well done, but we didn't know, what is what. And I mean, I saw the principal, and I'm thinking he's consoling her, hugging her there. And from there we walked to the car, and I mean, it took us, 20 minutes, we just sat there in the car, and she gave me a report. I have to open it for her. And I was like sitting there, and I'm like, 20 minutes, first give her the speech. Logan, don't worry if you don't pass. The effort you put in, don't worry. And eventually just like still looking at the envelope, and eventually like we open it, but now it's in Afrikaans as well. And Afrikaans is not that great. And I just looked at it because I wasn't sure, slag. As you passed or you didn't pass or what. I'm thinking, now you can't say pass, and she failed and she passed. Logan, what's here? And then, that moment, when she said she passed, and I mean, I still took it back and I looked at the name just to make sure and that again, that we put it back. And I think the key thing there was the commitment in terms of from her side. And when the principal spoke, he spoke about, I still never forget, one of the pupils, Yumna, they got 5 distinctions and she did, she was doing well in that day. And I thought to myself, at the end of the day, Yumna's got to study, Yumna's got to do that. And I said to Logan, yes, it's a matric certificate, but the most important is it shows her commitment and dedication. Whatever she puts her mind to in life, whether it's a sport, whether it's a career in that, she can achieve it. And she showed it by the studying, because I mean, from Logan's side, a mum, she's the first, she will tell you now, in the family to have a matric certificate. When we called the mum, she was in tears. So she was in tears and that. And I think the one thing, and I said to her, Yumna, Ms. Loko, study, she's got to do that. You already got a job. She's already got a contract. She's with the Springbok Sevens and that there. She stays at SAS. Last year was a challenge around what you're going to eat, what you're going to do, how you're going to get to practice. Now she can just focus on what she loves, which is rugby. She stays at SAS, she gets the meals, she gets accommodation, everything. And I think the key thing is, and that's why as a federation it's about understanding. If you want an athlete, it's not just taking somebody, putting them on the field. You got to develop in terms of the mind. And I think also from our side is, if you want to compete internationally, it's the mental aspect that is something that we need to work on, especially amongst our ladies and that. And I think there's so much of talent. There's plenty of talent. And the problem is, I think, points to us in the sense of the support that we're giving, the direction that we are giving them. And I think one of the key things that we learned from Logan, there's many others. On the weekend, there was another girl, Lee. She played for the Springbok Sevens, also part of our program. It's about giving them options in the sense of when you speak to Logan, Logan will tell you first time she wants to go to the army, because that's all she knew. But now it's looking at other alternatives in terms of what else there is on offer and what else you can do in that there. And I think that's what we need to be installing in that there. So yes, I'm a federation, I'm about rugby, but when we go into schools, it's about sport. I think the kids need to decide, and the girls need to decide, whether they want to play cricket, soccer, rugby, they can decide on that there. And I think that's more important than anything else. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Basil. That was very okay. I'm touched. And then now, Carolee, moving on to you, we were talking about policies earlier. So I just wanted to know, how can we ensure that policies around women's sports are sustainable and continue to evolve with societal needs?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think, the previous panelists have touched on that. But first of all, when we develop policies, it shouldn't be behind closed doors. So in that design phase of the policies, let's try and be as inclusive as possible to get the buy-in from all our stakeholders, whether it's our athletes, it's our administrator, our leaders, our coaches, the media, the sponsors, the government. That way we can ensure it's got a better chance of success, right? I think you mentioned you touched on that as well. It's better if you manage we develop sports policies, fine, but let's try and hook them onto the legislation and that framework, because it gives our organizational policies that much more gravitas, and it helps us then to collaborate with, as I said, other stakeholders. And that's really key, that multi-stakeholders collaboration to ensure sustainability. Because the worst that can happen is like-minded people developing policies in a boardroom and then publishing it on the website and then shelving it. The policies is made for the people who are going to participate in the sport. It's not just a tick box exercise. So the more collaboration there is around designing the policy, the better, and then implementing it in a sustainable way. So obviously, to put into practice what you've written, you need to back it up with investment and a long-term investment plan, especially around women's sport, because of the gender inequalities that exist. We've got a bit of catching up to do, and we have to be intentional about it. And intentional means putting in resources, allocating resources towards it. Now, our resources, especially financial resources, are not limitless, and there's never enough money. So, to make your policies sustainable, that partnership approach in trying to secure a long-term funding model is really important. We've seen it in rugby, where we've done once-off initiatives that we thought were really great for the women's game, but then we didn't work hard enough on the sustainability of the initiatives. So I've seen it, for example, in my space of work in Africa, where we very successfully launched a continental competition for 15-a-side women's rugby, and we created such enthusiasm across many federations, more than we expected. And then we kind of disappointed them down the line because we weren't able to sustain the momentum. So really important to take that into consideration as well in terms of your sustainability. And the last point that I would like to make is around relevance. How do you make sure that your policies remain relevant? So you've got to review them periodically. Make sure, okay, what is working, what is not working. In that exercise, your data collection and analysis is really fundamental. So we do that at World Rugby on an annual basis, where we ask all our federations to provide us with data, and we try and verify the data, so we can adjust and see, okay, we're failing here, or we've exceeded expectations there, and that helps us review our policies, but also making sure that we stay abreast of societal changes, technology changes. If we look at gender policies, for example, in sports, if your gender policy addresses the issues of male and female, that's very well and good, but in today's time, we now also have to move on and address the transgender issue, for example. So a policy is really not the gospel. It's okay that it is not perfect. We can review, we can adjust, we can make it evolve. And just to finish on that issue, on the aspect of relevance, I think in this forum, everybody would agree that it's obvious we need to promote gender equality, we need policies to effect change in that space. But actually, you'll be surprised to hear, doesn't matter whether we are in developed economy or not, that a large percentage of people still think that it isn't a problem, that we have done enough in that space, that perhaps even we should slow down a little. So you actually have to be very, again, intentional in raising awareness around the issues, the still existing and persistent issue of gender inequalities in the larger audience, to sort of convince the larger audience that there is a need to keep on working on these issues and having policies and implementing them successfully. Because then if they are convinced and the demand comes from outside, the demand for gender policies comes from outside, then once you develop them inside, you have a greater chance of success and buy-in and support and sustainability, because your audience and all your stakeholders are on board with what you are trying to do.
Oh, thank you very much. I can't believe I didn't know how policies work until I came here. I'd like to open the floor for questions, please.
I do.
Hi, Adrian Duplessis from Laurier, South Africa. Thank you guys for your great talk, and it was very interesting. I'm not sure if you're the right group of people to ask, but throw it in the air and see what happens. So I just wanted to know, are there any more things in place for promoting women's rugby? This coming off the fact that the Sevens women played the Rugby Challenger the last 2 weekends. They did great. Last year, our Springboks women team played the, I speak under correction, World Rugby Championship, also hosted in Cape Town. And I'm just asking because there's so much promotion and media coverage around our men's teams, but when it comes to our women's teams, I didn't know that they were going to play Challenger. The only reason I knew is because our office is at SAS. So I had a conversation with one of the players, and they told me about it. And I'm also saying this because, yes, they do get promoted on radio, but not everyone listens to the radio. The only time you really listen to the radio is when you're in your car. And I also looked at the stats in terms of their followers on their Instagram pages. Women's, I think it's Women's Box SA has 30,000 followers, whereas the SA men's rugby team has over 1.7 million followers on Instagram. So are there any initiations or implementations around improving coverage around, not obviously just for women's rugby, women's sport in general, but specifically around, because you are from the rugby union, around rugby. Just also because not many people here knew that Logan was playing for the Sevens rugby team, or Lee even though Lee was part of the team that I don't think she played, but she was on the roster to play the last 2 weekends. So, did she play? She played. And also just saying that these 2 events that I just named, the stadium wasn't even a percentage full of what it is when our men's rugby teams play. So, if you could maybe say something.
Maybe from my side, I think, again, it's about changing your mind and your attitude when it comes to females and that. And like you rightly said, we put the Springbok men on a pedestal. But when it comes to the ladies, even amongst the females, coming to watch Challenger, coming to watch WXV and that there. And I think it's also the mindset that needs to change, because a lot of people think ladies can't play rugby. And from my side, WXV was sort of an eye-opener, especially everyone knows there's a lady there by the name of Alison. I think everybody at World Rugby is not fears her, but I think when it comes to Alison, it's about understanding her. And the one thing that I learned was when she first came and we had the WXV, was we said, no, we're going to play the women's game at Goodwood. We gave them options at schools and stuff, and she's like, no, at the stadium. The DHL stadium, why should females accept anything less? And it's like, that's when it hit me as well. So true. We just accept, and it just becomes a norm in terms of how we do things. And I think until we start changing our attitude and our mindset in terms of when it comes to the ladies of what's expected and that there, nothing is going to change. If I look at women's rugby, it's been the same. I started probably 25, 28 years ago at Western Province. There was a lady at the reception desk, I remember her in the gym at Sports Science, who came to me and said, we want to promote like women's rugby, get it going. And, the head office, okay, just keep her happy. Here's a ball, here's a couple of things, go and play. And I wouldn't say nothing has changed, but we haven't, the numbers haven't grown in terms of females and that there. And I think from my side, the one thing we said is like, when you look at club rugby, we need to understand the ladies and that there. And I think when it comes to women's rugby and that there, we need to start changing the mindset. We need to understand that women in rugby is a part, of the bigger picture and that there. And especially at clubs this year, from our side, we say, listen, you have to have a women's team in your Super League. We're going to get to a point, if you don't have teams, you're going to start deducting points. And the reason being is that we need to get more exposure when it comes to females and playing in sport and that, especially in rugby as well. Many of the men, I can promise you, once they watch the game at Athlone Stadium and WXV, they were like, wow, ladies can pass the ball, wow. I was like, but what did you expect? It's on that level, it's more exciting than the men. Do yourself a favor, go and watch the ladies play. Any of that, Australia, New Zealand, the big teams, even South Africa in the last, you can see the improvement that we had from the previous WXV to where we are now. But I think it's just about more being exposed to it, and I think we need to get it out there more. The publicity, as you said, wasn't that great like it should be, but I think in terms of, when we ask the questions, the stadium was empty, but globally, it was massive in terms of on the networking, television and that there. So I think here in South Africa, that's the thing that we need to, start understanding and changing is our mindset. Start getting it. Like from my side, club rugby on a Saturday. When you go watch the men, the ladies also play. They're playing the main game, at the matches and that there. And I think that's, something that we need to look at within.
If I could just add to that, from a global point of view, I think the women's game has never been this visible. The most followed rugby player, let's take gender out of it, the most followed rugby player in the world is Ilona Maher. She's a woman. She plays for the States. She moved from the States to go play for a club in England. The amount of following this club has received, they are now selling out stadiums. They had to employ a media manager. She's hosting her own press conferences post-game. And they've never seen conferences like that before. The details she gives, and that's after they lose matches. Then she still sits there and she addresses every single person from media, and it's really a game changer. It's a very big year for women's rugby. We've got the World Cup coming up in September or August, September in England, and we believe this is going to be the tipping point. We saw this happening with soccer, with the previous World Cup in Australia, and just how it's changed people's mindsets. It's changed the approach. It's changed the funding that's been going into the game. It's lifted the profile of the players. So I do believe from an Africa and a South Africa point of view, we will get there. We are still in that journey, but I do believe there will be a lot to look out for in the next few months from a global point of view.
If I may, just on that, I think also it needs to start with us. Reality is we're not where we would love to be in terms of marketing the girls' rugby. But starting with us, it means we need to do introspection and understanding that somehow there are shortcomings. How do we then address those issues? That means we ourselves from the women's space within SA Rugby, we start those uncomfortable conversations with our marketing department. We have started those conversations, and hopefully by the time we get to the World Cup, in terms of the awareness and marketing there of the team is not where it is now, but has improved, and you know more of what's happening locally in terms of rugby. So we are trying to engage in those and address those issues. How best do we be visible into the public?
Is the MC allowed to answer? I'm a sports journalist, and I'm very intentional about covering women's football across Africa, as I've said, in para-athletics. And I think it's very, very important for me. I'm doing a masterclass in Johannesburg next week. Next month, it's completely free for young female journalists. And I think it's very important for me to tell them that you don't have to cover the Springboks. You can cover the women's team and just focus on that, because like I said, I travel the world for football and I always joke about it, but the reason why I travel the world for football is because I know everything about women's football in Africa, and people always want to know what is happening there. So it's up to us as well. I remember when I started in sports, I thought I was going to cover the PSL because I love Orlando Pirates, but that can't be your reason. I cover women's football because these stories of these women, Zenatha Coleman, who was taught to dribble by her grandfather at 7 and grew up to play in Spain. That's a story that needs to be told. Barbara Banda, who's a leading goal scorer in the world at the Olympics, that story needs to be told. So I remember when Banyana was in the World Cup, people were shocked. They're like, oh my God, they can play. And I'm like, but the African champions, what do you mean? So us as women as well, when we get to these stories, we need to make sure that we amplify these stories instead of just trying to cover a Kaizer Chiefs or a Mamelodi Sundowns or a Pirates. Thank you very much. That was a very impactful and inspirational panel. You have a question?
Hi. Hi, colleague. Hi, guys. I'm Dumi from SA Rugby. I just wanted to ask from World Rugby specifically. There's conversations like Nangamso mentioned that we are having internally. Another thing is World Rugby also reaching out to affiliates, e.g. the university sports, to align with them so that that can also get coverage with regards to women's rugby as well? And also a lot of the attention, and not in a bad way, falls on 15s. And sevens sometimes gets neglected when it comes to coverage, just a lot of the things that happens in rugby. Everybody knows a Babala Lodge. Everybody knows a Katarina Jacobs. Everybody knows the 15th player and the up and coming by 100 Dolph. Do you understand? Everybody knows those players, but nobody shifts that same telescope into sevens. And I feel like we're also missing a very vital point of neglecting universities, because as a federation, yes, there's only so much development we can do with our budget. But if we shift into university sports and using clubs that are willing to uplift women's players, what has been the reception from World Rugby and universities alike to align as well, so that when we say my player is at University of Johannesburg, University of Pretoria, Limpopo, etc., that standard also flows into our pathway when we say we want to develop players. Lovely example like Logan. I'm glad she's at sevens, because last year we had to fight. And I'm glad Faisal also sat on her to finish her matric. Those are the type of stories we're trying to push. But again, what other pathways are we looking at aside from clubs and aside from Rhinos as an academy? There's other avenues that we can use, and we don't have to use our own internal budget, as SA Rugby or World Rugby, for example. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. I must say, maybe it's more of a South African specificity, but across Africa, the number of rugby sevens teams, men and women, far, far, far outnumbers the 15s teams. So Africa is really a continent of sevens rugby, more than 15s, by far. And you had a proof of that at the Challenger Series over the last 2 weekends. Our 3 African representatives made it to the top 8 and are progressing to the 3rd round of this Challenger Series. And Kenya won both first rounds, and you know what? On the back of this victory, sponsors phoned Kenya Rugby Union. They phoned the union. And they say, oh, can we please participate? Can we please sponsor the Kenya Lionesses? So it is happening. There is actually a deliberate focus on sevens more than 15s across our African unions and in Africa, because university, because school sport, but also because of African games. So we had our first participation as rugby as a core discipline of the African Games last year in Ghana. And that very smart government that decided, I'm going to leverage the power of the sevens rugby, and they even built a whole rugby, modest, but rugby stadium for that event, you know, so that they could host us, that they could host the best men and women's team for that event. We are also having an African Development Conference next month, where the focus is school sport, university sports, and Olympism. So it's that pathway, how to develop African rugby, both men and women's game, through school, through universities, and with a focus on sevens ultimately. So we have signed a partnership agreement already with the African Federation of School Sport, and we hope that we will be present at the first African School Games later this year in Algeria. And we are in the process of also signing an agreement with the university, the FISU, the Federation of University Sports, because we also are very cognizant of the fact that I think it's in 2026, Stellenbosch will host the international, or the Global Rugby Sevens University Championship. So we have to really maximize all these opportunities, African games, African school games, FISU games. It's all happening actually in Africa, with a major event, which is the Youth Olympic Games 2026 in Dakar, where sevens is part of the program. And this is the first time Africa will host any form of international Olympics So the emphasis, just to reassure you, is from an African perspective, the emphasis is on the sevens game. And sometimes maybe South Africa suffers from the fact that it's such a strong rugby country, such a successful country with a long history of 15s rugby. It's a great strength, and sometimes it comes as a weakness because it comes with a bit of baggage, which the other African countries don't have. So they're sometimes a little bit more liberated in embracing other forms of rugby, like sevens, or even opening it up more for women and girls to participate. So I really encourage us to work together with SARU to build more exchanges with our African neighbors and other countries to maximize these opportunities in the space of sevens, because there are plenty as far as Africa is concerned.
I think maybe just latching onto that is that the growth in terms of when you look at women's rugby, everything starts at the bottom, and I think it's important for us to understand in schools. And when it comes to sevens, that's the starting point as well. So we go tag, then we go into sevens and that there. But your biggest challenge when we're finding at schools, like you mentioned, is that it's the number one. It's always finances. Transport is always the issue. But the big thing is matches, being able to play matches and that there. So when we look at sevens, it's massive, it's big in the schools and that there. When we start looking at, filtering through to the top, you start identifying athletes, and you start looking at in terms of who's actually going to be able to take to the next step. But from our side, and that's something that when I talk as a federation, we've got to look at is the growth, not yes sevens, but also like 15s, I believe. But in general, it's creating the community, getting them to play, getting them to be active in that there. Sevens is something that is also part of our league. So when we have the men playing, we have the ladies. But again, one of the key things is making sure, we don't isolate the ladies when it comes to the men. So we have separate competitions that specifically focus, on sevens with the ladies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll ask my question. After I spoke with Logan, at first I think I need to congratulate Logan for standing for what you want, for also screaming for what you believe you are worth. When you made a call to your coach, frustrated that you don't like the environment, it was a baby in you. I think screaming for your purpose and your alignment, and you needed your coach for you to be aligned with your purpose. And I can imagine I'm coming from Nqamakwe and in the Eastern Cape, Nangam, so you are coming from Ngcobo. And in Nqamakwe, I think because I'm a village girl, I think I'm the one with so many frustrations and everything. But think about a child who is in Tzaneen. They do not know that there is a Logan who is in Cape Town. Frustrated. I think it's also important to acknowledge that you might be in Cape Town, you might be somewhere in Kemp's Bay, you are a girl, but you are suffering and you are screaming, but you want to reach your purpose and stuff like that. I do believe that we need to, or you need to guide a girl like Logan to say you need to tell your stories to your peers, because when I speak, I'm addressing a girl that is a village girl. Most of the times, I am more relatable to a girl that is in the village. But Logan, you are more relatable to a girl maybe in your kind of a setup. It is very important that you tell that story. Lastly, my question now goes to the panel to say, do you have measures, or do you have some classes that help 20-year-olds like Logan to say, tomorrow when you go to the World Cup, you are going to be a star, and how are you going to handle that pressure that will come with the expectations of being a star? And we still want to hear the stories that you are going to tell on social media. What is she going to post, how is she going to tell that story on social media? Because your friends or your sisters or your peers are on social media, what are they posting? When you post, they must be inspired by you, by your story, because the truth is that 20-year-olds, they do not have a sense of belonging. They don't know where they want to go. What is it exactly that they need to do? And we need girls like you. Do you prepare them for such things, or do you teach them? Are there any things that are there or are in place that are going to help them to say, when I come back from the World Cup, I have this story, I need to translate it, this is what I need to post, this is how I need to respond to my sisters that are out there? Thank you.
Yes. Now, I think when it comes to the ladies and that, like Logan, it's about preparing them. Even Logan being here today, for her, to have the chat, Logan, it's important that you come here. It's important that you chat. You know, yes, she's nervous, but I mean, for her to be here and that, I think it's very important to tell the story, because there's many other Logans that are out there, and she understands that. Even her, I said, you know, you don't have to be embarrassed about whether you failed in that. The most important thing is how you came back and the fighting part of how you succeeded in that. And that's what people need to focus on, is the positives in that. So I think from our side, it's about preparing these youngsters, the girls, for the next level, which is when I hand them over to the Springboks. You mentioned Lee. Lee comes from us. Hand her over to Springboks. Is she mentally tough enough to handle the pressure that's there on the top? Not only from the coaches, but from players amongst her. Older players in that as well. So it's preparing them for that next level. And like you mentioned, it's for them to understand in terms of role models. So like Net didn't mention, but we've got sports bras. That's one of the needs that we have within the, amongst our programs that we do. So through World Rugby Legacy Program, we actually made sports bras. The idea is now to take these sports bras and through Logan, like ambassadors, Lee, these youngsters and that there, to get it out there. But at the same time, to create opportunities within the community and that there. And like we mentioned, life skills, it's about preparing them. So that's our next level. So we've partnered with a school. Basically at the school, we've got we've got the field, we've got a clubhouse, we've got classrooms. We've managed to secure now some sponsors for computers, which should be delivered like within the next week or two. But the idea is to start helping these youngsters and players and start preparing them. When you reach the top, how do you promote the game? How do you get it out there? How do you become ambassadors? That she understands, even though, her circumstances, she's a role model to the next lot of youngsters and that there. So when we have clinics on the weekend, so our program, we have goals where we have under 14, under 16, and 18. They are there. They're engaging with the youngsters and that there. So it's that sort of, that we're looking at. But social media, like you mentioned, that's on the cards in the sense of we need to, because I think many of them are posting, but they also need to understand, from their side, the importance of what they post and how they post certain things and that there. So definitely grassroots, moving up to, provincial, up to national, it's for them to understand that process. And again, we take stuff for granted because the men have got this and that, and we just assume. I think we need to pay more attention to it and look at what the needs are and how we can improve and where we can improve. Yeah.
Just to add on what Faisal has said, SA Rugby had established what we call youth training centers. Unfortunately, because of funds, we couldn't expand across all 15 unions. So for now, we've targeted about 8 unions, which talks or rather addresses the issues that you've asked. It prepares those young girls and it exposes them to high performance. It prepares them for life skill basic needs. So the minute they make it through as either a sevens player or a Springbok 15 women player, then the branding division side of it does help and assist in terms of how to prepare themselves for social media, how do they address themselves or conduct themselves on Facebook, Instagram. So the YTCs, it's a program that really does sort of help and assist in preparing the girls for what to expect as soon as they become professionals. So we expose them from the ages of 13 up until they are 18 or under 19s. So there are programs in place to address such issues.
Thank you very much. Anyone who has questions can ask during lunch. We're still going to network, but it was an impactful panel, and like I said, Logan, we're very, very proud of you because, like I said, as adults, we still struggle with some things, but it's just knowing what you want and fighting for it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can go for lunch, and then can we please be back at past? No Bantu time this time, past.
Zakio.